find your comfort with easy drift sleep. If you're seeking restful nights, consider liking this episode and subscribing to our channel for more serene tales. Welcome, traveler, to a journey into the heart of an ancient world, a place where stone and jungle intertwine, where history whispers through the leaves, and time itself seems to slow its relentless pace. Tonight, we embark upon an expedition not of strenuous effort, but of gentle discovery, guiding our thoughts to a distant land, bathed in the soft glow of a tropical moon, cradled by the rhythmic breath of the earth. We are seeking the lost temples of Angkor Wat, a name that evokes visions of forgotten majesty, of intricate carvings, and of a profound, enduring peace. This is not a journey for haste or urgency, but for quiet contemplation, a passage designed to quiet the mind and soothe the spirit, inviting a deep and restorative sleep. Imagine, if you will, a world far removed from the clamor of daily life, a realm where the air itself feels different, warm, humid, and carrying the faint, sweet scent of distant blossoms and damp earth. Our destination lies nestled within the heart of Southeast Asia, in what is now modern-day Cambodia, a region steeped in a history both grand and mysterious. The name Angkor Wat itself translates from Khmer as city temple, a testament to its dual nature as both a sprawling urban center and a sacred monument of immense spiritual significance. It stands as the most iconic and best preserved temple within the vast Angkor Archaeological Park, a complex that once served as the capital of the Khmer Empire. This empire, at its zenith, was a formidable power, dominating much of mainland Southeast Asia from the 9th to the 15th centuries. Its rulers, the Khmer kings, were devout patrons of both Hinduism and later Mahayana Buddhism, and they expressed their piety and their power through monumental architecture. Angkor Wat, however, holds a special place among these creations. It was constructed in the early 12th century by King Suryavarman II, dedicated initially to the Hindu god Vishnu. This dedication was unusual for the time, as most Khmer kings had chosen Shiva as their patron deity. The temple's primary purpose was to serve as the king's state temple, and ultimately his mausoleum, a grand testament to his reign and his spiritual devotion. The design of Angkor Wat is a masterpiece of classical Khmer architecture, a harmonious blend of spirituality and engineering prowess. It is a microcosm of the Hindu universe, meticulously laid out according to cosmological principles. The central towers, 5 in number, represent the peaks of Mount Meru, the mythical home of the Devas, or gods, in Hindu and Buddhist cosmology. These towers are surrounded by 3 concentric galleries, each successively higher, symbolizing the mountain ranges that encircle Meru. Beyond these galleries lies a wide moat representing the cosmic ocean, a protective boundary between the earthly and divine realms. As we begin our gentle descent into this ancient world, picture the vastness of this sacred space. The entire temple complex, including its surrounding moat, spans an impressive area of approximately 200 hectares, or nearly 500 acres. The main temple structure itself occupies a rectangular area measuring about 1,500 meters by 1,300 meters, an immense scale that speaks to the ambition and resources of the Khmer Empire. The construction of such a monumental edifice required an extraordinary feat of labor, artistry, and logistical planning. It is estimated that thousands of skilled artisans, laborers, and elephants were involved in its creation, a project that likely spanned several decades. The materials used were primarily sandstone, quarried from the Kulen Mountains, located some 50 kilometers to the northeast. These massive blocks of stone, some weighing several tons, were transported to the site, possibly by raft along rivers and canals, and then meticulously carved and fitted together without the use of mortar. The precision of their joinery is still a marvel to engineers and archaeologists today, a testament to the advanced techniques of the ancient Khmer builders. The surfaces of these sandstone blocks were then adorned with an astonishing array of bas-reliefs and sculptures depicting scenes from Hindu mythology, historical events, and daily life. Our journey begins not at the temple's grand entrance, but at the very edge of the jungle that has for centuries both embraced and concealed these magnificent ruins. Imagine standing at the threshold of a verdant world where the air is thick with the scent of tropical foliage and the distant, gentle hum of unseen life. The sun, if it were day, would filter through a dense canopy of towering trees, casting dappled patterns of light and shadow upon the forest floor. But tonight, we imagine the soft, diffuse glow of a tropical moon, its light painting the scene in shades of silver and deep indigo. The jungle here is not an aggressive, impenetrable wall, but a living, breathing entity that has slowly, patiently reclaimed parts of the ancient city. It is a world of towering kapok trees, their buttress roots spreading wide like the feet of ancient giants, and strangler figs, their tendrils slowly enveloping and eventually consuming the very stone structures they cling to. The sounds are subtle, a symphony of nature's quiet persistence. Perhaps the soft rustle of leaves stirred by a gentle breeze, or the distant rhythmic chirping of crickets, a lullaby of the wild. As we step deeper into this verdant vale, the path beneath our feet is not a paved road, but a soft, yielding carpet of fallen leaves and damp earth. The air is cool and moist, carrying the earthy fragrance of decaying vegetation and the sweet, exotic perfume of unseen night-blooming flowers. Overhead, the canopy is so dense that only slivers of moonlight penetrate, creating an intimate, hushed atmosphere. This is the realm where nature has asserted its gentle dominance, where ancient stones are slowly being embraced by the forest's tender yet powerful hold. The jungle surrounding Angkor Wat is a tropical monsoon forest, characterized by its distinct wet and dry seasons. During the monsoon, which typically runs from May to October, the landscape transforms into an incredibly lush and vibrant tapestry of greens. The heavy rains nourish the dense vegetation, causing rivers to swell and the forest to burst forth with life. Even in the dry season, the humidity remains high, fostering an environment where life thrives in abundance. It is this very environment that has both threatened and preserved the temples, its relentless growth slowly dismantling some structures while simultaneously protecting others beneath its protective embrace. Consider the sheer variety of plant life that flourishes here. giant tropical trees, some reaching heights of 50 meters or more, form the upper canopy, their branches interwoven to create a living roof. Below them, a mid-story of smaller trees and palms, including the ubiquitous sugar palm, which is culturally significant in Cambodia, adds to the density. Closer to the ground, a rich undergrowth of ferns, shrubs, and flowering plants creates a complex ecosystem. Vines, some as thick as a man's arm, snake their way up tree trunks and across the forest floor, their tendrils reaching out, searching for purchase. As we move through this gentle wilderness, the sounds become more distinct, yet remain utterly peaceful. The soft hoot of a distant owl might echo through the stillness, a melodic call that adds to the nocturnal charm. Perhaps the gentle buzz of unseen insects, a constant low thrum that is more felt than heard. The air itself feels alive, a palpable presence that envelops us, a comforting embrace. This is the jungle at its most serene, a place where the wildness is tempered by a profound sense of ancient calm. The ground beneath our feet is uneven, but soft. We might imagine stepping over gnarled roots that crisscross the path, or feeling the cool, smooth surface of a moss-covered stone peeking through the foliage. The light, even from the moon, is diffuse and soft, creating long, dancing shadows that play tricks on the eyes, hinting at shapes and forms that are not quite there. It is a world of subtle sensory impressions, designed to lull the mind into a state of quiet receptivity. The very air we breathe carries the story of this place. The humidity, a constant companion, brings with it the scent of rich, fertile earth, of decaying leaves returning their nutrients to the soil, and of the unique, slightly spicy aroma of tropical flora. It is a primal scent, connecting us to the ancient rhythms of the earth, to the ceaseless cycle of growth and decay, of life and renewal. This is the breath of the jungle, a gentle exhalation that invites us to slow our own breathing, to match its unhurried pace. The narrative of Angkor Wat is inextricably linked with this jungle. For centuries after its decline, the vast complex lay largely forgotten by the outside world, slowly being consumed by the encroaching forest. It was only in the mid-19th century that French naturalists and explorers, most notably Henri Minho, brought widespread attention to these lost cities. Minho's vivid descriptions of the temples, grander than anything left to us by Greece or Rome, ignited a fascination that continues to this day. But even then, the jungle remained a formidable guardian, its dense growth making exploration challenging, and its powerful roots slowly dismantling the very structures it protected. Imagine the explorers pushing through this very jungle, their senses overwhelmed by the humidity, the sounds, the sheer scale of the vegetation. They would have encountered temples half swallowed by trees, their stone walls cracked and displaced by the relentless growth of roots. This image of nature reclaiming human endeavor is one of the most iconic and poignant aspects of Angkor. It speaks to the impermanence of even the grandest human achievements in the face of nature's enduring power. As we continue our imaginary walk, the path gradually widens, and the canopy above begins to thin ever so slightly. We might notice the subtle shift in the quality of the moonlight, from mere slivers to broader patches that illuminate the path ahead. The sounds of the deep jungle begin to recede, replaced by a new kind of stillness, one that hints at something monumental just beyond our immediate sight. This transition is gentle, almost imperceptible, like the slow unfolding of a dream. The ground beneath our feet might now feel a little firmer, perhaps a hint of ancient paving stones beginning to emerge from beneath the layer of earth and leaves. The air, while still humid, might carry a different note, a faint mineral scent of old stone, a subtle counterpoint to the rich earthiness of the jungle. This is the subtle shift, the quiet promise that we are nearing our destination, that the lost temples are beginning to reveal themselves from their verdant shroud. The jungle, which has been our guide and companion, now begins to part, offering glimpses of what lies ahead. We might catch a fleeting glimpse of a dark, imposing silhouette against the moonlit sky, a shape that is too regular, too deliberate to be a natural formation. This is the first hint of the ancient architecture, a silent sentinel emerging from the embrace of the forest. The trees, though still abundant, seem to stand back a little, creating a natural clearing, an antechamber to the sacred space. This transition from dense jungle to the edge of the temple complex is a gradual unveiling, a slow reveal that enhances the sense of wonder and discovery. It is not an abrupt entrance, but a gentle progression, allowing our minds to adjust to the changing landscape, to absorb the shift from wild nature to sculpted stone. The sounds too reflect this change. The deep jungle chorus fades, replaced by a profound quietude, broken only by the soft whisper of the breeze through the remaining trees, and perhaps the distant, almost imperceptible murmur of water. This murmur, we realize, is the sound of the moat, the vast body of water that encircles Angkor Wat, a symbolic cosmic ocean. It is a sound that carries a profound sense of peace, the gentle lapping of water against its banks, a constant, rhythmic presence that has endured for centuries. The moat is not merely a defensive feature, though it served that purpose. It is an integral part of the temple's cosmological design, representing the ocean that surrounds Mount Meru. It is also a vital part of the ancient Khmer hydraulic system, a sophisticated network of canals, reservoirs, and moats that managed water resources for the entire city. As we draw closer, the moonlight, now less obstructed, begins to illuminate the vast expanse of this moat. Its surface, if still, would reflect the sky above, a mirror to the celestial realm. The water itself is often covered with lily pads and other aquatic vegetation, creating a serene, natural tapestry. The banks are lined with ancient trees, their roots dipping into the water, further blurring the line between nature and human creation. The scale of the moat is impressive. It measures approximately 190 meters wide and forms a perfect rectangle around the temple, extending for several kilometers in circumference. This engineering feat alone speaks volumes about the capabilities of the Khmer Empire. It was not simply a ditch, but a carefully constructed and maintained water feature, essential for both symbolic and practical reasons, It provided a constant source of water, helped regulate the microclimate around the temple, and served as a protective barrier. The path now leads us directly to the edge of this vast expanse of water. We stand on a causeway, a raised stone walkway that spans the moat, leading directly to the western entrance of the temple. This causeway, made of massive sandstone blocks, is itself a marvel of construction. It is approximately 200 meters long and 12 meters wide, flanked by balustrades carved in the shape of multi-headed nagas, mythical serpent deities that are prominent in Hindu and Buddhist iconography. These nagas, with their rearing heads, symbolize protection and fertility, guarding the sacred passage. As we step onto this causeway, the air feels different again. It is cooler, perhaps, due to the proximity of the large body of water. The scent of damp earth and tropical foliage is now mingled with the fresh, clean aroma of water. The sounds are dominated by the gentle whisper of the breeze across the moat and the soft, rhythmic lapping of the water against the stone banks. This is a moment of transition, a crossing from the wildness of the jungle to the ordered, sacred space of the temple. The causeway itself is a journey, a deliberate passage designed to prepare the pilgrim for the spiritual experience of entering the temple. With each step, we move further from the earthly realm and closer to the divine. The moonlight, now unobstructed by the dense canopy, bathes the causeway in a soft, ethereal glow, illuminating the intricate carvings of the Naga balustrades, their scales and heads rendered with exquisite detail. These carvings, though ancient, still convey a sense of vibrant life, a silent testament to the artistry of the Khmer sculptors. The journey across the moat is a symbolic crossing of the cosmic ocean, a passage from the profane to the sacred. It is a moment to shed the distractions of the outside world, to quiet the mind and prepare for the profound experience that awaits within the temple walls. The rhythmic pattern of our steps on the ancient stone, the gentle sounds of the water, the soft moonlight, all combine to create a meditative atmosphere, a sense of profound peace. We are now suspended between two worlds, the embracing jungle behind us, its sounds and scents slowly fading into memory, and the monumental temple ahead, its vast form slowly emerging from the night. The air is still, the world hushed, as if in reverence for the ancient majesty that stands before us. The causeway stretches out, a bridge between time and space, guiding us gently towards the heart of this sacred sanctuary. The sheer scale of the western entrance, the main gateway to Angkor Wat, begins to become apparent as we approach the end of the causeway. It is a massive gopura, a monumental entrance pavilion, itself a significant architectural structure. This gopura is not merely a doorway, but a complex of galleries, towers, and courtyards, spanning an impressive width of approximately 235 meters. It is adorned with its own intricate carvings, though perhaps less elaborate than those within the main temple, setting the stage for the artistic wonders to come. As we reach the end of the causeway, we step onto the broad, paved courtyard that lies between the outer gopura and the main temple structure. This courtyard is vast, open to the sky, allowing the full splendor of the moonlight to illuminate the scene. The air here feels expansive, carrying the faint, earthy scent of ancient stone, a smell that speaks of centuries of history, of countless footsteps, of prayers whispered and ceremonies performed. The main temple, still some distance away, now stands in full view, its iconic 5 towers piercing the night sky. They are silhouetted against the soft glow of the moon, their distinctive lotus bud shape, a symbol of purity and spiritual enlightenment. The 3 concentric galleries, rising in gentle tiers, create a sense of ascending grandeur, drawing the eye upwards towards the central sanctuary. The intricate geometry of its design, the profound stillness of its presence, all combine to create an overwhelming sense of awe. This is Angkor Wat, unveiled at last, not in the harsh light of day, but in the gentle embrace of the tropical night. The jungle, which has been our companion, now forms a soft, dark border around this magnificent creation, a natural frame for a masterpiece of human endeavor. The sounds are minimal here, perhaps the distant call of a night bird, or the soft rustle of palm fronds in the gentle breeze. The air is still, infused with a sense of ancient peace, a quiet reverence that invites us to simply be, to observe, to absorb the profound tranquility of this sacred space. The journey to this point has been one of gradual unveiling, of gentle discovery. We have moved from the enveloping embrace of the jungle, through the symbolic crossing of the cosmic moat, and now stand before the majestic western entrance of Angkor Wat. The temple rises before us, a silent testament to a forgotten empire, a sanctuary of stone and spirit. Its intricate details, its profound symbolism, its sheer scale, all contribute to a sense of deep wonder. As we stand here on the threshold of this ancient marvel, the moonlight casts long, soft shadows across the vast courtyard. The air is cool and still, carrying the faint, clean scent of ancient stone. The sounds of the jungle have receded, replaced by a profound quietude, broken only by the softest whisper of the breeze. This is a place where time seems to stand still, where the echoes of history are palpable, yet utterly peaceful. The sheer weight of centuries rests gently upon these stones, imparting a sense of enduring calm. We are now poised to enter the heart of this sacred space, to explore its galleries, to admire its intricate carvings, and to surrender to the deep tranquility that permeates every corner of this magnificent, lost temple. The journey ahead promises only deeper stillness, a gentle descent into the quiet heart of Angkor Wat, where the whispers of the past invite us to rest. We begin our journey into the heart of Angkor Wat, moving past the grand causeway that spans the moat, a vast expanse of water reflecting the sky. This moat, measuring an impressive 190 meters wide, encircles the entire temple complex, forming a protective barrier and symbolizing the cosmic ocean. It is a deliberate architectural feature, not merely for defense, but deeply rooted in Hindu cosmology, representing the oceans that surround Mount Meru, the mythical home of the gods. The scale of this engineering feat is astonishing, requiring immense labor and precise planning to excavate and maintain. Its waters, fed by the Siem Reap River, once served practical purposes for irrigation and flood control, but their primary significance lies in their symbolic role, isolating the sacred space from the mundane world. As we cross the Laterite Causeway, the Western Gopura, the monumental entrance gate, rises before us. This Gopura is not a single structure, but a complex of 3 pavilions connected by galleries, a grand vestibule to the sacred precincts within. The central pavilion, the largest, was once reserved for royalty, while the 2 flanking pavilions served other dignitaries and pilgrims. The Gopura itself is adorned with intricate carvings, though perhaps less elaborate than those found deeper within the temple. Its sheer size, however, immediately conveys the immense power and devotion that brought Angkor Wat into being. The laterite, a reddish iron-rich soil, forms the foundation and much of the outer structure, providing a durable and readily available building material. Over this, sandstone blocks were meticulously fitted, creating the detailed surfaces we'll now observe. Passing through the central archway, we stepped into the outer enclosure, a vast courtyard that once bustled with life. This area, stretching between the Gopura and the main temple, was not empty, but housed various structures, including libraries, galleries, and perhaps even living quarters for priests and attendants. The sheer expanse of this space prepares the visitor for the grandeur that awaits, allowing the eye to adjust to the monumental scale of the architecture. The ground beneath our feet is a mix of packed earth and laterite, worn smooth by centuries of footsteps. The air here often carries the scent of damp earth and ancient stone, a subtle perfume of time. To our left and right, along the inner face of the Western Gopura, extend long galleries, their walls adorned with bas reliefs. These reliefs, though not as famous as those in the main temple, depict scenes from Hindu mythology and historical events, offering glimpses into the beliefs and daily life of the Khmer Empire. The narratives unfold across the stone, telling stories of gods and demons, kings and battles, all rendered with remarkable detail and artistic skill. The soft light filtering through the openings in the gallery roof illuminates these ancient tales, bringing them to life with subtle shadows and highlights. We continue our gentle progression, moving along the main processional path that leads directly to the central temple. This path, elevated above the surrounding ground, is lined by balustrades carved in the form of multi-headed nagas, mythical serpents. These nagas, with their rearing heads and undulating bodies, are not merely decorative. They are powerful symbols in Khmer cosmology, representing bridges between the human and divine worlds, guardians of sacred spaces, and sources of fertility and water. Their presence underscores the profound spiritual significance of this entire complex. The path itself is made of sandstone blocks, carefully cut and fitted, a testament to the advanced engineering capabilities of the Khmer people. The precision with which these massive blocks were quarried, transported, and assembled without modern machinery remains a subject of awe and study. The quarries, located many kilometers away in the Kulen Mountains, provided the high-quality sandstone that forms the intricate carvings and structural elements of Angkor Wat. The transportation methods likely involved elephants, oxen, and rafts along canals, a monumental logistical undertaking. As we approach the main temple, its 5 iconic towers, or prasats, begin to dominate the horizon. These towers, arranged in a quincunx pattern, one central tower surrounded by 4 smaller ones, are the most distinctive feature of Angkor Wat, symbolizing the 5 peaks of Mount Meru. The central tower, the tallest, represents the highest peak, the dwelling place of the gods. The architectural design is a microcosm of the Hindu universe, a sacred mountain rising from the cosmic ocean. The first terrace, a broad platform, now lies before us. To ascend, we must climb a series of steep steps, each one a testament to the ancient reverence for verticality, for rising towards the heavens. These steps, often worn smooth by centuries of pilgrims, demand a deliberate and respectful ascent. The angle of the stairs is not accidental. It is designed to encourage a slow, contemplative climb, fostering a sense of humility and anticipation as one approaches the divine. Upon reaching the first terrace, we find ourselves in a vast, open courtyard, surrounded by galleries that form the outer perimeter of the temple proper. These galleries, known as the Gallery of Bas-Reliefs, are perhaps the most celebrated feature of Angkor Wat, stretching for hundreds of meters and adorned with an unparalleled collection of narrative carvings. The sheer scale of these reliefs, covering thousands of square meters of wall space, is breathtaking. We turn our attention to the Western Gallery, the first grand narrative panel encountered by visitors entering from the west. This section is dedicated to the Battle of Kurukshetra, a pivotal conflict from the Hindu epic Mahabharata. The relief depicts the epic struggle between the Pandavas and the Kauravas, 2 warring families vying for control of the kingdom. The scene is rendered with dynamic energy, showcasing chariots, elephants, foot soldiers, and archers locked in combat. The figures are meticulously carved, each warrior distinct, each movement conveying the intensity of the battle. The artists who created these reliefs possessed an extraordinary understanding of anatomy, perspective, and narrative composition. They managed to convey both individual heroism and the chaos of mass warfare, using subtle variations in depth and line to create a sense of movement and drama. The details are astonishing. The expressions on the faces of the warriors, the elaborate costumes and weaponry, the fallen soldiers beneath the hooves of elephants. These are not merely decorative images. They are profound storytelling in stone, meant to instruct and inspire. Continuing along the southern section of the Western Gallery, we encounter the historical procession of King Suryavarman II, the monarch responsible for the construction of Angkor Wat in the early 12th century. This relief is particularly valuable for historians, offering a detailed glimpse into the court life and military organization of the Khmer Empire. It shows the king himself seated on an elephant, surrounded by his retinue, including generals, officials, and various ethnic groups under Khmer suzerainty. The procession is depicted with meticulous accuracy, detailing the different ranks of soldiers, their uniforms, weapons, and banners. We see musicians playing drums and gongs, dancers, and palanquin bearers. Each figure is rendered with individual characteristics, providing a vivid portrait of the diverse population that constituted the Khmer state. The king, though depicted larger than life, is presented as a powerful yet benevolent ruler, presiding over a prosperous and well-ordered kingdom. This section serves as a testament to Suryavarman II's power and his devotion to Vishnu, the deity to whom Angkor Wat is dedicated. Moving to the southern gallery, we find the Heaven and Hell panel, a powerful depiction of the judgment of souls. This relief illustrates the 32 heavens and 37 hells of Hindu cosmology, presided over by Yama, the god of death and justice. On one side, the virtuous are led to various heavens, enjoying celestial pleasures and rewards for their good deeds. On the other, the wicked are subjected to gruesome punishments in the different hells, each torment meticulously detailed according to their sins. The contrast between the serene beauty of the heavens and the horrifying depictions of the hells is stark and deliberate. The artist spared no detail in illustrating the consequences of moral choices, creating a powerful didactic message. Figures are shown being flayed, dismembered, or consumed by fire, serving as a vivid warning to those who might stray from the path of righteousness. This panel reflects the profound moral and ethical framework that underpinned Khmer society and its religious beliefs. Adjacent to this, still in the southern gallery, is the churning of the ocean of milk, one of the most famous and artistically significant reliefs at Angkor Wat. This monumental panel illustrates a foundational myth in Hindu cosmology, depicting the devas, gods, and asuras, demons, collaborating, albeit reluctantly, to churn the cosmic ocean to extract the elixir of immortality, Amrita. The giant serpent Vasuki is used as the churning rope, wrapped around Mount Mandara, which serves as the churning staff. Vishnu, in his avatar as a tortoise, supports Mount Mandara on his back, preventing it from sinking into the ocean. The gods and demons pull alternately on Vasuki's head and tail, causing the mountain to rotate and churn the waters. From this churning, various treasures emerge, including celestial nymphs, apsaras, the goddess Lakshmi, the wish-granting cow Kamadhenu, and finally, the Amrita itself. The relief is a masterpiece of composition, with hundreds of figures arranged in a dynamic, symmetrical design, all contributing to the central action. The rhythmic pulling of the serpent creates a powerful sense of motion across the stone. The Eastern Gallery presents the Battle of the Gods and Asuras, another grand depiction of cosmic conflict. This relief portrays various Hindu deities, including Vishnu, Shiva, Brahma, and Indra, engaged in battle against their demonic counterparts. Each god is identifiable by their attributes and mounts: Vishnu on Garuda, Indra on his three-headed elephant Airavata, Shiva on his bull Nandi. The scene is filled with divine weaponry and magical powers, showcasing the might of the gods as they strive to maintain cosmic order. The artistic style here is particularly vibrant, with figures overlapping and intertwining, creating a dense tapestry of action. The expressions on the faces range from divine serenity to demonic fury, conveying the high stakes of the celestial war. This panel, like the others, served not only as a visual narrative, but also as a profound meditation on the eternal struggle between good and evil, order and chaos, a central theme in Hindu thought. Further along the eastern gallery, we encounter the victory of Vishnu over the Asuras, a more focused depiction of Vishnu's prowess. Here, Vishnu is shown in a triumphant pose, often riding his mount Garuda, vanquishing various demons. These scenes emphasize Vishnu's role as the preserver of the universe, the deity who intervenes to restore balance when cosmic order is threatened. The reliefs showcase his various weapons and his divine power, reinforcing the dedication of Angkor Wat to him. The northern gallery features the battle of the Devas and Asuras, similar in theme to the eastern gallery, but with different deities and demons highlighted. Here we see Krishna, another avatar of Vishnu, along with other gods like Surya, the sun god, and Chandra, the moon god, in combat. The intricate details of their chariots, their divine weapons, and the expressions of intense concentration or fierce determination on their faces are all rendered with extraordinary skill. The narrative continues to unfold across the stone, a continuous epic poem in bas relief. Finally, the western section of the northern gallery and the northern section of the western gallery complete the cycle, depicting further scenes from the Mahabharata and Ramayana, other great Hindu epics. These reliefs often show heroic deeds, moral dilemmas, and the triumph of Dharma, or righteous conduct. The sheer volume of these carvings, the consistency of their artistic quality, and the depth of their narrative content are unparalleled. They represent a monumental artistic and religious achievement, a visual encyclopedia of Hindu mythology and Khmer history. The galleries themselves, with their vaulted ceilings and open colonnades facing the central courtyards, create a sense of cool, shaded tranquility. The light filtering through the openings casts long shadows that shift throughout the day, bringing different aspects of the reliefs to life at various times. The gentle breeze that sometimes sweeps through these corridors carries the scent of the surrounding jungle, mingling with the ancient aroma of stone. From the first terrace, we can observe the layout of the entire complex, appreciating the meticulous planning that went into its construction. The precise alignment of the temple with the cardinal directions, particularly its westward orientation, unusual for Khmer temples which typically face east, is a subject of ongoing scholarly debate. Some theories suggest it relates to Vishnu's association with the West, others to funerary purposes, as the West is often associated with death and the setting sun. Regardless of its specific intent, this orientation adds another layer of symbolic meaning to the temple. The courtyards between the galleries and the central structures were once open spaces, perhaps used for rituals or gatherings. Today, they are often covered in a fine layer of dust, occasionally punctuated by patches of moss or small plants that have found purchase in the ancient stone. The silence here is profound, broken only by the distant calls of jungle birds or the rustle of leaves, emphasizing the temple's enduring isolation and timelessness. We now prepare to ascend to the second terrace, another level of elevation that brings us closer to the central sanctuary. The steps leading up to this terrace are once again steep and narrow, designed to compel a slow, deliberate climb. Each step is a mindful act, a further separation from the earthly realm and a closer approach to the divine. The stone underfoot feels cool and smooth, worn by countless generations. Upon reaching the second terrace, we find ourselves in another spacious courtyard, smaller than the first, but equally impressive. This terrace is surrounded by another set of galleries, though these are less extensively carved than those on the first level. Instead, they feature long rows of windows, each with finely carved balusters, allowing light and air to circulate. These windows offer glimpses of the surrounding jungle and the outer enclosures, framing the natural world within the sacred architecture. Within these galleries, we find numerous niches that once housed statues of deities, many of which have long since been removed or damaged. The empty spaces now serve as silent reminders of the temple's past glory and the changing tides of religious practice and historical events. The soft light filtering through the window balusters creates a serene atmosphere, inviting quiet contemplation. The second terrace also features several small libraries, freestanding structures within the courtyard. These libraries, though now empty, were once repositories of sacred texts, palm leaf manuscripts containing religious scriptures, historical records, and astronomical observations. Their presence underscores the intellectual and scholarly pursuits that were integral to the functioning of Angkor Wat as a religious and cultural center. The architecture of these libraries, with their finely carved pediments and slender columns, mirrors the grander scale of the main temple, albeit in miniature. The central feature of the second terrace is the base of the third and highest level, the grandest and most sacred part of Angkor Wat. From this vantage point, the 5 towers rise majestically, their intricate carvings becoming more distinct. The central tower, in particular, dominates the view, its lotus bud shape tapering towards the sky, symbolizing the ascent to enlightenment and the abode of Vishnu. The carvings on the upper levels of the towers and the surrounding structures are often depictions of devatas and apsaras, celestial dancers and goddesses. These figures, carved in high relief, are renowned for their graceful poses, elaborate headdresses, and exquisite jewelry. Each apsara is unique, with distinct facial features and gestures, creating a vibrant celestial ballet across the temple walls. They are symbols of beauty, fertility, and divine presence, adorning the sacred space with their ethereal charm. The sandstone used for these intricate carvings was meticulously worked, often by multiple artisans, each specializing in different aspects, some for the overall form, others for the delicate details of jewelry or fabric. The tools used were simple: chisels, hammers, and abrasives, yet the precision achieved is astounding. The surfaces of the stone, though weathered by centuries of monsoon rains and tropical sun, still retain a remarkable level of detail, allowing us to appreciate the artistry of the Khmer sculptors. The air on the second terrace feels lighter, perhaps due to the increased elevation and the more open nature of the courtyard. The sounds of the jungle seem a little more distant, replaced by a profound sense of stillness that permeates the ancient stones. The scale of the architecture here is both overwhelming and comforting, a testament to human endeavor and spiritual devotion. We pause here, allowing the grandeur of the temple to settle around us. The intricate details of the carvings, the monumental scale of the architecture, the profound symbolism embedded in every stone, all contribute to a sense of timelessness. The sun, if it were present, would cast long, gentle shadows across the courtyards, highlighting the textures of the ancient stone. The air is still, carrying only the faintest whisper of the wind through the upper galleries. The journey through Angkor Wat is a journey through history, mythology, and art, a gradual unveiling of beauty and meaning. Each step brings us closer to the heart of this sacred mountain, to the central sanctuary where the primary deity once resided. The layers of terraces, the ascending staircases, the narrative reliefs, all contribute to a carefully orchestrated experience designed to elevate the spirit and inspire reverence. The sheer weight of centuries rests gently upon these stones, imparting a sense of enduring calm. We have now traversed the outer enclosures and the first grand terrace, admired its intricate carvings, and begun our ascent towards the central spires. The journey ahead promises only deeper stillness, a gentle descent into the quiet heart of Angkor Wat, where the whispers of the past invite us to rest. We are now poised to enter the inner sanctum, to experience the profound tranquility that permeates every corner of this magnificent, lost temple. We stand now at the threshold of the inner sanctum, the very heart of Angkor Wat, where the air itself seems to thicken with centuries of quiet reverence. The outer galleries, with their sprawling bas reliefs depicting epic battles and celestial dances, have prepared us for this moment, guiding our senses inward. We have passed the grand terrace, its laterite base supporting the sandstone superstructure. And now the central complex rises before us, a series of concentric enclosures, each one leading to a deeper, more profound stillness. The architecture here is a masterful expression of Khmer cosmology, a physical representation of Mount Meru, the mythical home of the Devas in Hindu and Buddhist traditions. Each level we ascend, each gallery we enter, represents a step closer to the divine. The first enclosure, the outermost of the central three, is a vast rectangular gallery, its walls adorned with intricate carvings that tell stories of gods and kings. Measuring approximately 215 meters by 187 meters, are not merely decorative. They are narrative tapestries woven in stone. As we step into this first inner gallery, the light shifts, becoming softer, diffused by the narrow openings and the sheer mass of the stone above. The air cools slightly, a gentle respite from the tropical warmth outside. The walls here are less exposed to the elements, preserving the delicate details of the bas reliefs with remarkable clarity. These carvings often depict scenes from the Hindu epics, the Ramayana and the Mahabharata, alongside historical events from the reign of Suryavarman II, the king who commissioned this monumental temple in the 12th century. One might observe the legendary Battle of Kurukshetra, where the Pandavas and Kauravas clash in a struggle for Dharma, or the epic tale of Rama and his monkey army battling the demon king Ravana to rescue Sita. The artistry is extraordinary, each figure rendered with dynamic movement and expressive detail. from the archers drawing their bows to the elephants charging into battle. Yet, despite the depiction of conflict, the overall impression within these quiet corridors is one of profound peace, as if the stories themselves have settled into a timeless calm. The construction of these galleries involved an immense logistical undertaking. Sandstone, the primary building material, was quarried from the Kulen Mountains, located some 50 kilometers to the northeast. These massive blocks, some weighing several tons, were transported to the site, likely floated down rivers and canals on rafts, then meticulously shaped and fitted without the use of mortar. The precision of the joinery is a testament to the advanced engineering skills of the Khmer builders. Each stone interlocks with its neighbors, relying on gravity and the sheer weight of the structure to maintain its integrity, a technique known as corbelling. As we move deeper, the outer walls of this first enclosure give way to a series of cruciform galleries and courtyards. These open spaces, often featuring shallow pools or remnants of water features, were designed not only for aesthetic beauty, but also for practical purposes, aiding in drainage and reflecting the sky, thereby enhancing the sense of celestial connection. The cruciform shape, echoing the cosmic mandala, reinforces the temple's role as a microcosm of the universe. The central towers, which we approach now, are the most prominent features of Angkor Wat, rising majestically above the surrounding galleries. There are 5 such towers, one central spire, the tallest, surrounded by 4 smaller ones at each corner of the upper terrace. This quincunx arrangement symbolizes the 5 peaks of Mount Meru, the cosmic mountain. The central tower, reaching a height of 65 meters from the ground, was once crowned with a golden finial, a beacon of spiritual power visible for miles across the ancient Khmer capital. Before reaching the upper terrace and the central towers, we must ascend another series of steep, narrow staircases. These steps, often worn smooth by centuries of pilgrims and monsoon rains, are deliberately challenging. Their steep incline is thought to symbolize the difficulty of ascending to the heavens, a physical manifestation of the spiritual effort required to reach enlightenment. Each step upwards is a deliberate act, a moment of mindful progression. As we begin this ascent, the air grows even quieter, the sounds of the jungle outside fading into a distant hum. The stone underfoot feels cool and solid, a grounding presence. The walls on either side are less adorned here, their surfaces smoother, allowing the mind to focus on the journey itself. The sense of enclosure intensifies, creating a feeling of entering a sacred, protected space. Upon reaching the upper terrace, the view expands, though not outwards to the horizon, but rather inwards, towards the central tower itself. This upper level, known as the Bakan, is the most sacred part of the temple. It is a square platform, approximately 60 meters on each side, enclosed by another gallery. This final gallery, though smaller than the lower ones, is perhaps the most spiritually charged. Its walls are often simpler, focusing attention on the central shrine. The central tower, the pinnacle of Angkor Wat, once housed the primary deity, originally Vishnu, to whom the temple was dedicated by Suryavarman II. Later, during the Buddhist periods, it would have contained images of the Buddha. The inner sanctum beneath the central tower is a small, dark chamber intended for solitary contemplation. It is here that the essence of the temple's purpose resides, a place for communion with the divine, a focal point for spiritual energy. The construction of these towers is a marvel of ancient engineering. Each tower is built of finely dressed sandstone blocks, meticulously carved and fitted. The corbelled arches, where each course of stone projects slightly beyond the one below it until they meet at the apex, form the vaulted ceilings of the galleries and the interiors of the towers. This technique, while structurally sound, limits the span of the openings, contributing to the narrow, intimate feel of the inner spaces. The decorative elements on the towers themselves are often of a different nature than the bas-reliefs. Here one finds more devatas and apsaras, celestial dancers and goddesses, carved in high relief, their graceful forms emerging from the stone. These figures, numbering in the thousands throughout Angkor Wat, are not merely decorative. They are believed to be guardians and messengers of the gods, inviting contemplation and spiritual ascent. Each one possesses a unique expression, a distinct posture, and an array of elaborate adornments, from intricate headdresses to flowing skirts. The devatas in particular are remarkable for their serene expressions and the delicate details of their jewelry and clothing. They stand in niches, often framed by elaborate architectural motifs, their presence adding to the sacred atmosphere. Their role was to inspire devotion and to symbolize the beauty and harmony of the celestial realms. The sheer repetition of these figures, each one slightly different, yet all contributing to a unified aesthetic, creates a mesmerizing effect. As we slowly traverse this upper terrace, the silence becomes more profound. The sounds of the modern world have receded entirely, replaced by the gentle whisper of the breeze through the stone, perhaps the distant call of a jungle bird, or the soft patter of a gecko. The air here feels ancient, imbued with the prayers and meditations of countless generations. The galleries on this upper level are narrower, their ceilings lower, creating a more intimate and enclosed experience. The light filters in through small windows and doorways, casting long, soft shadows that dance with the movement of the clouds above. The stone walls, cool to the touch, seem to absorb all external distractions, inviting a focus inward. The design of Angkor Wat, with its progressive layers of enclosure and ascent, is a deliberate architectural journey. It is a path from the mundane world to the sacred, from the outer chaos to the inner peace. Each step, each gallery, each terrace prepares the visitor for the ultimate experience of the central shrine. The scale of the temple, while immense, is always in harmony with human proportions, ensuring that one never feels overwhelmed, but rather enveloped and guided. The construction of Angkor Wat took approximately 37 years, a monumental undertaking for the 12th century. It required an army of laborers, artisans, and engineers. The precision with which the temple is aligned is astonishing. The main entrance faces west, a unique orientation for a Khmer temple, most of which face east. This western orientation has led to various theories, including its function as a funerary temple for Surya Varman II, as the West is traditionally associated with death in Hindu cosmology. However, it also aligns with the setting sun, creating spectacular visual effects during equinoxes. The intricate drainage system of Angkor Wat is another testament to Khmer ingenuity. The temple is surrounded by a vast moat, 190 meters wide, which served not only as a defensive barrier, but also as a crucial part of the hydraulic engineering of the region. This moat, along with an extensive network of canals and reservoirs, managed the monsoon rains and provided water for irrigation, sustaining the vast population of the ancient city of Angkor. The presence of water, both within the moat and in the reflecting pools, is integral to the temple's design, symbolizing purity and the cosmic ocean. The stone itself, primarily sandstone, was chosen for its durability and its workability. The fine grain of the sandstone allowed for the incredibly detailed carvings that adorn every surface of the temple. The process of carving would have begun after the blocks were set in place, with master sculptors overseeing teams of artisans. The tools used were simple: chisels, hammers, and mallets, yet the results are breathtaking in their complexity and refinement. As we continue our gentle exploration of this upper terrace, the air grows stiller, the light softer. The sounds of the world outside seem to recede further, replaced by a profound sense of quietude. The sheer weight of the stone, the enduring presence of these ancient structures, creates a feeling of timelessness, a connection to something vast and eternal. The central tower, now directly before us, is the culmination of this architectural journey. Its profile, with its lotus bud finial, is iconic, recognized worldwide as a symbol of Cambodia. The interior of this tower, the inner sanctum, is a small enclosed space, designed for individual contemplation. It is here that the spiritual energy of the temple is most concentrated. The absence of elaborate decoration within this innermost chamber is deliberate, encouraging a focus on inner stillness rather than external stimuli. The concept of a lost temple is particularly poignant for Angkor Wat. While it was never truly lost to the local Khmer people, who continued to visit and maintain it, its existence was largely unknown to the Western world until the mid-19th century. French naturalist Henri Mouhot is often credited with popularizing its discovery in 1860, although missionaries and other travelers had visited it earlier. His detailed descriptions and illustrations captivated Europe, sparking a renewed interest in the ancient world. The jungle's relentless embrace is a constant theme in the story of Angkor Wat. For centuries, the roots of banyan and strangler fig trees slowly encroached upon the temple, their powerful tendrils prying apart stone blocks, their leaves obscuring the carvings. While much of the temple has been cleared and restored, the presence of the jungle remains, a powerful reminder of nature's reclaiming force and the delicate balance between preservation and natural decay. The sight of a massive tree root intertwined with ancient masonry is a powerful visual metaphor for the passage of time. The monsoon rains, another defining feature of the region, also play a crucial role in the temple's narrative. The heavy downpours which occur seasonally cleanse the stone, washing away dust and grime, revealing the vibrant colors of the lichen and moss that grow on its surfaces. The sound of rain on the stone, the rush of water through ancient drains, and the glistening surfaces of the temple after a storm all contribute to its atmospheric beauty. The water also nourishes the surrounding jungle, maintaining the lush green canopy that cradles the temple. The quietude of this inner space is not an emptiness, but a fullness of history, of devotion, of ancient artistry. The air itself seems to hum with the echoes of prayers and ceremonies performed over centuries. The smooth, cool stone under our hands and feet connects us directly to the artisans who shaped it, to the kings who commissioned it, and to the countless pilgrims who have sought solace and inspiration within its walls. The light here is particularly gentle, filtering through the small openings, creating soft pools of illumination that highlight textures and subtle variations in the stone. There are no harsh angles, no jarring contrasts, only a gradual blending of light and shadow, inviting the eyes to soften, to rest. The rhythmic repetition of architectural elements, the columns, the doorways, the carved figures, creates a visual cadence that is inherently calming, a pattern that guides the gaze without demanding attention. The feeling of being within these ancient walls, surrounded by such profound history and artistry, is one of deep connection. It is a connection not only to the past, but also to the enduring human spirit, its capacity for creation, devotion, and the pursuit of beauty. The silence here is not an absence of sound, but a presence of stillness, a space where the mind can quiet itself, where thoughts can gently settle. As we linger in this sacred heart of Angkor Wat, the sense of time itself seems to dissolve. The boundaries between past and present blur, and one feels simply present, enveloped by the enduring majesty of this place. The weight of the stone above, the cool air, the soft light, all contribute to a profound sense of peace. This is a place where the whispers of the past truly invite us to rest, to find a quietude that resonates deep within. The journey through these ancient halls has been one of gradual descent, not into darkness, but into a deeper, more profound stillness, a gentle settling into the quiet heart of this magnificent lost temple. The world outside has receded, and only the gentle presence of these hallowed stones remains, a soft embrace for the quiet mind. The journey through these ancient halls has been one of gradual descent, not into darkness, but into a deeper, more profound stillness, a gentle settling into the quiet heart of this magnificent lost temple. The world outside has receded, and only the gentle presence of these hallowed stones remains, a soft embrace for the quiet mind. Now, our focus narrows, drawing closer to the very essence of these stone sentinels, as silent guardians that have witnessed centuries unfold. We observe the intricate details of the bas-reliefs, those vast narrative tapestries carved directly into the sandstone walls. These are not merely decorations, they are the chronicles of an empire, etched in stone. Celestial dances and scenes of daily life from 1,000 years ago. Imagine the skilled hands that patiently chipped away at the rock, transforming solid blocks into flowing narratives, each figure imbued with a sense of purpose and grace. The carvings at Angkor Wat are particularly renowned for their exquisite detail and the sheer scale of their execution. Along the outer gallery walls, for instance, the famous Ramayana and Mahabharata epics unfold, stretching for hundreds of meters. One might trace the delicate curve of a celestial Apsara dancer's arm, her fingers poised in a mudra, a symbolic gesture telling a story without words. Her flowing garments, the elaborate headdresses, the intricate jewelry, all are rendered with astonishing precision, even after centuries of exposure to the elements. These figures seem to float, suspended in a timeless dance, their expressions serene, their movements fluid. Beyond the apsaras, the narrative shifts to grand processions and fierce battles. The Battle of Kurukshetra, a pivotal scene from the Mahabharata, is depicted with a dynamic energy that belies the static nature of stone. Chariots clash, elephants charge, and armies engage in a swirling melee. Yet even in the midst of such depicted chaos, a certain order prevails, a balance in the composition that speaks to the artistry of the Khmer sculptors. Each soldier, each animal is distinct, contributing to the larger tableau. The horses rear with powerful legs, their muscles defined, their manes flowing. The warriors, armed with spears and shields, display a range of emotions, from fierce determination to quiet resolve. Another prominent bas-relief portrays the churning of the ocean of milk, a foundational myth in Hindu cosmology. This monumental carving depicts gods and demons collaborating, using the serpent Vasuki as a rope to churn the cosmic ocean, hoping to extract the elixir of immortality. Mount Meru, the sacred mountain, serves as the churning staff, resting on the back of a giant tortoise. The scene is filled with a sense of cosmic drama, yet the repetition of the pulling figures, the rhythmic motion implied by their synchronized effort, creates a mesmerizing pattern. The details here are astonishing. The individual scales of the serpent, the distinct expressions on the faces of the deities and asuras, the aquatic creatures emerging from the depths of the ocean. As we move through these galleries, the cool stone beneath our fingertips, the air itself, seems to hold the echoes of these ancient stories. The light, filtering in from the open courtyards, plays across the textured surfaces, highlighting certain figures, casting others into soft shadow. This interplay of light and shade gives the carvings a dynamic quality, making them appear to shift and breathe with the passing hours. In the quiet of this moment, one can almost hear the faint rustle of silk, the distant clang of bronze, the hushed chanting of ancient prayers. The stone itself, a warm grey sandstone, is a material that has proven remarkably resilient. Sourced from quarries many kilometers away, these massive blocks were transported, shaped, and then meticulously carved. The process was an immense undertaking, requiring not only skilled artisans, but also sophisticated engineering and organizational capabilities. The sheer volume of stone used in the construction of Angkor Wat is staggering, a testament to the power and ambition of the Khmer Empire. Each block, once a raw piece of earth, was transformed into a component of a grand cosmic design, a miniature universe built to honor the gods. The surfaces of these ancient stones are not uniformly smooth, they bear the marks of time. In some places, a fine patina of moss or lichen has begun to grow. A delicate green or orange film that softens the sharp edges of the carvings, giving them an even more ancient appearance. This natural ornamentation adds to the temple's organic integration with its jungle surroundings. The moss, thriving in the humid climate, traces the contours of a forgotten deity's face, or outlines the scales of a mythical creature, subtly altering the visual narrative. We might trace the path along a gallery, our gaze lingering on the intricate patterns of the cornices and lintels. These architectural elements are also richly decorated, featuring repeating motifs of lotus blossoms, mythical beasts, and celestial beings. The lotus, a symbol of purity and creation in Hindu and Buddhist traditions, appears frequently, its petals unfurling in graceful symmetry. The precision of these repetitive patterns, often carved with an almost machine-like regularity, demonstrates a mastery of geometry and design. Consider the sensation of walking on moss-covered stones. The ground beneath our feet is often paved with large, irregularly shaped flagstones, worn smooth by centuries of footsteps. In shaded areas, a soft, velvety layer of moss might cushion each step, creating a quiet, almost reverent pathway. This organic carpet absorbs sound, further enhancing the stillness of the temple complex. The coolness of the stone seeps through, a grounding sensation that connects us directly to the ancient earth upon which these structures stand. The stone structures themselves are not merely walls and roofs. They are a complex interplay of chambers, courtyards, and towering spires. We can imagine ourselves moving through different chambers, each with its unique atmosphere. Perhaps we enter a smaller, enclosed sanctuary where the air is cooler and the light is dim, filtering through narrow openings. Here, the carvings might be more intimate, depicting individual deities or scenes of devotion. The silence in such a space is profound, broken only by the occasional drip of water from a hidden source or the distant call of a jungle bird. Then we might emerge into a vast open courtyard, bathed in the soft, diffused light of the day. The sheer scale of the surrounding walls, the towering gopuras, or entrance pavilions, and the central towers reaching towards the sky creates a sense of awe. The air here feels expansive, yet still contained within the embrace of the stone. The ground, paved with large flat stones, reflects the light, creating a bright open space that contrasts with the more enclosed galleries. The central towers, 5 in number, are perhaps the most iconic feature of Angkor Wat. They rise majestically, designed to represent Mount Meru, the mythical home of the gods. Each tower is meticulously carved, its surface adorned with layers of intricate details that draw the eye upwards. The false doors and windows, the decorative spires, the friezes depicting celestial beings, all contribute to their ethereal beauty. The cool solidity and enduring strength of these ruins are palpable, a testament to human ingenuity and spiritual devotion. They stand as timeless guardians, offering a sense of security and permanence in a world of constant change. These stone elements evoke a sense of ancient wisdom, a knowledge embedded within the very fabric of the architecture. The intricate details, the grand designs, the stories they tell, all speak of a civilization that understood the profound connection between the earthly and the divine. The temples are not just buildings, they are cosmic diagrams, maps of the universe, designed to facilitate a spiritual journey. As we contemplate these structures, a feeling of ancient spirits watching over the peaceful scene might arise, a gentle presence that has lingered for centuries. Smooth surfaces of the polished stone, perhaps a threshold or a column, invite a moment of quiet contemplation. Running a hand along such a surface, one can feel the incredible age, the countless hands that have touched it before. It is a tactile connection to history, a bridge across time. The texture varies from the highly polished to the rough, weathered rock, each telling its own story of exposure and endurance. The intricate details of the stone architecture slowly reveal themselves. The longer we gaze, the more we perceive. A seemingly simple pattern might unfold into a complex geometric design. A single figure might be part of a larger, sweeping narrative. The jungle, in its persistent embrace, has also left its mark on these stone sentinels. Tree roots, thick and sinuous, intertwine with temple walls, sometimes holding them together, sometimes slowly prying them apart. This organic integration of nature and architecture is one of the most striking features of Angkor. The roots of giant banyan and strangler fig trees snake over ancient doorways, their powerful tendrils gripping the stone like ancient hands. This symbiosis creates a unique aesthetic, a powerful reminder of nature's relentless reclaiming power, yet also its capacity for harmonious coexistence. As we linger in this quiet contemplation, a subtle shift begins to occur in the atmosphere. The air, already heavy with the scent of damp earth and ancient stone, seems to grow richer, more humid. A faint, almost imperceptible whisper begins to circulate through the courtyards, a sound that is not wind, but something softer, more diffuse. It is the first breath of the monsoon, a gentle prelude to the rhythmic lullaby that will soon envelop these ancient stones. The sky, which may have been a brilliant blue or a soft hazy grey, now takes on a deeper, more uniform tone. Clouds previously scattered begin to gather, forming a vast, unbroken canopy overhead. The light softens further, becoming diffused and ethereal, casting the entire temple complex in a gentle, almost dreamlike glow. This approaching change in weather is not a sudden disruption, but a gradual, almost imperceptible transition, a natural progression in the life cycle of this tropical landscape. The first drops of rain are often hesitant, a scattered patter on the broad leaves of the jungle trees, a soft tap on the stone roofs. These initial sounds are delicate, almost tentative, like a shy invitation. Then the rhythm begins to build, slowly but surely. The scattered drops give way to a more consistent, gentle patter, a steady drumming on the ancient surfaces. This is the monsoon's lullaby beginning to unfold, a natural white noise that will soon become the dominant soundscape. The sound of the rain on the stone is unique. It is not the harsh clatter of rain on metal, nor the soft thud on earth. Instead, it is a resonant, almost musical sound, a gentle percussion that echoes through the courtyards and galleries. The cool, damp air characteristic of a monsoon season begins to permeate everything, carrying with it the fresh, earthy scent of rain on dry ground. This petrichor, the smell of rain, is a deeply grounding and comforting aroma, a primal scent that signals renewal. The rain begins to fall more steadily now, a soft, continuous curtain of water descending from the sky. It washes over the intricate carvings, making the stone appear darker, richer in color. The details of the bas reliefs, previously highlighted by sunlight, are now softened by the veil of water, taking on a new, more mysterious quality. The water flows gently over the ancient steps, tracing paths worn smooth by centuries of pilgrims. It gathers in small puddles on the uneven flagstones, creating shimmering reflections of the temple towers and the surrounding trees. These reflections are particularly captivating. The still pools of water act as mirrors, doubling the grandeur of the architecture, creating an illusion of depth and boundless space. The inverted images of the temple spires, the carved gopuras, and the lush jungle canopy appear with surprising clarity, distorted only by the gentle ripples caused by falling raindrops. It is a momentary, ephemeral beauty, constantly shifting, constantly renewing itself. The rhythmic patter of the monsoon rain becomes a primary calming soundscape. It is a consistent, unwavering presence, a natural rhythm that invites a deeper sense of peace. The sound is not overwhelming. Rather, it is enveloping, creating a cocoon of sound that gently filters out other distractions. It is the sound that has accompanied these temples for 1,000 years, a timeless melody that has witnessed empires rise and fall, seasons change, and generations pass. We might observe the subtle changes in light as the rain continues. The sky remains overcast, but the light itself possesses a certain luminosity, a soft, diffused glow that seems to emanate from everywhere at once. There are no harsh shadows, only gentle gradations of tone, lending the entire scene a painterly quality. The greens of the jungle foliage appear more vibrant, the greys of the stone deeper and more profound. The water begins to flow through ancient drainage systems, channels carved into the stone centuries ago to manage the heavy rainfall. These ingenious systems, designed to protect the temple structures from erosion, now serve a practical and aesthetic purpose, guiding the water in gentle streams and cascades. The soft gurgle of water flowing through these channels adds another layer to the monsoon symphony, a gentle, continuous murmur that reinforces the sense of natural flow and renewal. The sound of water dripping from leaves and eaves becomes more pronounced. Each drop, falling from a broad leaf or the edge of a carved roof, creates a tiny, distinct sound, a delicate counterpoint to the broader patter of the rain. It is a sound that speaks of nature's intricate details, of the countless small moments that contribute to the larger experience. This monsoon rain is depicted as cleansing and refreshing rather than disruptive. It washes away the dust of the day, revitalizing the air and the landscape. The temple stones, once dry and perhaps a little dusty, now gleam with a renewed freshness, their ancient beauty enhanced by the gentle cleansing. It is a metaphor for washing away mental clutter, a gentle process of purification that leaves the mind feeling clear and refreshed. The feeling of warmth and shelter after entering a temple during the rain is a profound one. Stepping under the cover of a stone archway or into a sheltered gallery, the sound of the rain outside becomes a little more distant, a little more muffled. The air within the temple feels cooler, drier, offering a comforting contrast to the dampness outside. This sense of refuge, of being protected by these ancient stones, enhances the feeling of security and peace. Occasionally, a distant rumble of thunder might be heard, muffled and non-threatening, a deep, resonant sound that adds to the grandeur of the monsoon atmosphere without disturbing the tranquility. It is a sound that reminds us of the power of nature, yet also of the enduring strength of the structures that stand against it. The thunder fades, leaving only the steady rhythmic patter of the rain, a constant, soothing presence. The cool, damp air, characteristic of a jungle during monsoon season, envelops everything. It carries the scent of wet earth, decaying leaves, and blooming flora, a rich, complex aroma that is both invigorating and calming. This air, heavy with moisture, seems to slow down time, creating an atmosphere of deep tranquility. The world outside the temple, with its busy demands and distractions, feels very far away, replaced by the immediate, enveloping presence of the rain and the ancient stones. The gentle, steady downpour continues, a soft, continuous melody that encourages a deeper state of rest. The rhythmic sound, the cool air, the shimmering reflections, all contribute to a profound sense of peace. This is a place where the whispers of the past truly invite us to rest, to find a quietude that resonates deep within. The journey through these ancient halls has been one of gradual descent, not into darkness, but into a deeper, more profound stillness, a gentle settling into the quiet heart of this magnificent lost temple. The world outside has receded, and only the gentle presence of these hallowed stones remains, a soft embrace for the quiet mind. The rain continues its soft, steady song, a lullaby for the ages, washing over the jungle and the stone, inviting us to simply be, to simply rest, as the world outside fades into the gentle rhythm of the monsoon. The gentle rhythm of the monsoon rain continues its soft, persistent descent, a veil of silver threads weaving through the ancient air. This timeless sound accompanies our journey deeper into the heart of Angkor, a world sculpted from stone and time. We stand now on the threshold of a new understanding, moving beyond the initial awe of the grand temple itself, towards the intricate tapestry of belief and craftsmanship that brought it into being. The Khmer Empire, a civilization of astonishing ingenuity and artistic prowess, flourished for over 6 centuries, from approximately 802 AD to 1431 AD. Its dominion extended across much of Southeast Asia, encompassing modern-day Cambodia, Laos, Thailand, and parts of Vietnam. This vast empire was built upon a foundation of agricultural abundance, particularly the cultivation of rice, sustained by an advanced hydraulic engineering system. The construction of enormous barrays, or reservoirs, and a complex network of canals allowed for multiple rice harvests each year, supporting a large population and enabling monumental construction projects like Angkor Wat. The city of Angkor Thom, a sprawling complex that houses several significant temples, including the Bayon, was the last capital city of the Khmer Empire. It was established in the late 12th century by King Jayavarman VII, who reigned from 1181 to 1218 AD. His reign marked a pivotal period, characterized by extensive building programs and a shift in the state religion from Hinduism to Mahayana Buddhism, though elements of both faiths often coexisted and intertwined within the Khmer spiritual landscape. Angkor Wat itself, however, predates Angkor Thom and was constructed earlier in the 12th century by King Suryavarman II, who ruled from 1113 to 1150 AD. Dedicated to the Hindu god Vishnu, Angkor Wat stands as the pinnacle of classical Khmer architecture. Its design reflects a profound cosmological symbolism, representing Mount Meru, the mythical home of the Devas in Hindu and Buddhist cosmology. The 5 central towers symbolize the peaks of Meru, while the surrounding walls and moats represent the mountain ranges and oceans that encircle the cosmic mountain. The construction of Angkor Wat was an undertaking of immense scale and complexity, requiring vast resources and a highly organized labor force. Historians estimate that tens of thousands of skilled artisans, laborers, and elephants were involved in its creation. The primary building material was sandstone, quarried from the Kulen Mountains, located approximately 50 kilometers northeast of Angkor. These massive blocks, some weighing several tons, were transported to the construction site, likely by raft along rivers and canals, and then dragged overland. The precision with which these colossal stones were cut and fitted together without mortar is a testament to the advanced engineering knowledge of the Khmer people. The joints are so tight that a razor blade cannot be inserted between them, indicating a sophisticated understanding of stone masonry and structural integrity. The surfaces of these stones were then meticulously carved with intricate bas-reliefs depicting epic narratives from Hindu mythology, historical events, and scenes of daily life. These bas-reliefs are not merely decorative elements, they are vital historical documents and religious texts etched in stone. The galleries of Angkor Wat contain some of the longest continuous bas-reliefs in the world, stretching for hundreds of meters. One of the most famous is the Churning of the Ocean of Milk, located in the Eastern Gallery. This epic Hindu myth describes how the Devas and Asuras, gods and demons, cooperated to churn the primordial ocean for 1,000 years to obtain the elixir of immortality, Amrita. Vishnu, in his tortoise avatar Khmer, supports the churning stick, Mount Mandara, while the serpent Vasuki is used as the churning rope. The scene is depicted with astonishing detail, showing hundreds of figures pulling on the serpent, their faces contorted in effort, the ocean teeming with marine life, and celestial nymphs, or apsaras, emerging from the frothing waters. Another significant relief depicts the Battle of Kurukshetra from the Mahabharata, a central epic of ancient India. This northern gallery scene portrays armies clashing with fearsome weapons, chariots, and elephants, a vivid portrayal of ancient warfare. The attention to detail extends to the individual expressions of the warriors, their armor, and their movements, conveying a sense of dynamic action frozen in stone. The Western Gallery features the Battle of Lanka, an episode from the Ramayana, another foundational Hindu epic. Here, the monkey god Hanuman and his army assist Rama in his quest to rescue his wife Sita from the demon king Ravana. The depiction is full of energy, with monkeys leaping and fighting, their expressions ranging from fierce determination to playful agility. Beyond these grand narrative panels, the walls and pillars of Angkor Wat are adorned with thousands of devatas and apsaras, celestial beings who grace the temple with their ethereal presence. Each devata, a female deity, is unique, with distinct hairstyles, elaborate headdresses, jewelry, and flowing garments. Their serene smiles and graceful postures contribute to the overall sense of divine beauty and tranquility that permeates the temple. These figures are not static. Their subtle variations in pose and adornment suggest a vibrant, living world within the stone. The construction techniques employed by the Khmer builders also involved a sophisticated understanding of drainage and water management. The temple complex is surrounded by a massive moat, 190 meters wide, which served both as a defensive barrier and a symbolic ocean. This moat also played a crucial role in stabilizing the temple's foundations, preventing groundwater from rising and undermining the structure. The sandstone blocks themselves were laid dry, relying on precise cutting and gravity to hold them in place. The weight of the stone, combined with the interlocking nature of the joints, created incredibly stable structures that have withstood centuries of monsoon rains and seismic activity. The orientation of Angkor Wat is also unique among Khmer temples. Most temples face east towards the rising sun, symbolizing creation and renewal. Angkor Wat, however, faces west, a direction traditionally associated with death and the setting sun. This orientation has led some scholars to suggest that the temple may have served as a funerary temple for King Suryavarman II, a place where his ashes would be interred and where rituals for his passage into the afterlife would be performed. The bas-reliefs, which are read counterclockwise, a practice often associated with funerary rites, lend further credence to this theory.
The decline of the Khmer Empire began in the 13th and 14th centuries, a complex process influenced by a combination of factors. Environmental changes, including shifts in monsoon patterns and the silting of the intricate hydraulic network, may have strained agricultural productivity. Political instability, marked by frequent wars with neighboring kingdoms, particularly the Siamese, also played a significant role. The rise of Theravada Buddhism, which emphasized individual enlightenment and monastic life over the elaborate state cults of Hindu deities, also contributed to a shift in societal priorities and patronage away from monumental temple building. By the 15th century, the capital of the Khmer Empire had moved away from Angkor, first to Longvek and later to Udong and Phnom Penh. Angkor Wat, though no longer the vibrant center of a bustling capital, was never entirely abandoned. It continued to be used as a Buddhist monastery, its Hindu iconography gradually reinterpreted or overlaid with Buddhist elements. Monks and pilgrims maintained the site, preventing it from being completely swallowed by the encroaching jungle. The jungle, however, remained a powerful force, slowly reclaiming much of the surrounding city. Trees, particularly the giant strangler figs and silk cotton trees, began to grow on and around the temple structures, their roots seeking out cracks in the stone,
slowly prying apart walls and foundations. This natural reclamation created the iconic image of Angkor that captivated early European explorers, a lost city consumed by nature, a testament to the impermanence of even the grandest human endeavors. The first detailed Western accounts of Angkor Wat came from the Portuguese friar Antonio da Magdalena in 1586, who described it as being of such extraordinary construction that it is not possible to describe it with a pen, and it is necessary to see it to believe that there is such a work of human genius. However, it was the French naturalist and explorer Henri Mouhot in the mid-19th century whose vivid descriptions and detailed drawings truly brought Angkor Wat to the attention of the Western world. Mouhot's accounts, published posthumously, sparked widespread fascination and initiated a long process of rediscovery and conservation. Mouhot described the temple as grander than anything left to us by Greece or Rome, marveling at its scale and intricate carvings. His writings ignited a wave of archaeological interest, leading to the establishment of the École Française d'Extrême Orient, or EFEO, in 1907. This institution played a crucial role in the systematic study, documentation, and restoration of the Angkor complex, a monumental task that continues to this day. The restoration efforts at Angkor Wat have been a delicate balance between preserving the existing structures and preventing further decay. Early methods sometimes involved dismantling entire sections and rebuilding them, a process known as anastylosis. This meticulous work requires careful documentation of each stone, its position, and its condition before it can be cleaned, repaired, and returned to its original place. The sheer volume of stone and the complexity of the carvings make this an incredibly labor-intensive and time-consuming process. One of the ongoing challenges in conservation is the battle against the elements. The monsoon rains, while essential for the region's ecosystem, also contribute to erosion and the growth of moss and lichen on the stone surfaces. Humidity promotes the growth of microorganisms, and the constant expansion and contraction of stone due to temperature changes can lead to cracking and spalling. The roots of the jungle trees, though often picturesque, pose a continuous threat to structural integrity, necessitating careful removal and stabilization. Beyond the physical challenges, the conservation of Angkor Wat also involves a deep understanding of its cultural and historical significance. The temple is not merely a collection of old stones, it is a living monument, a sacred site for Cambodians, and a symbol of national pride. Its preservation is a commitment to safeguarding a unique piece of human heritage, a testament to the artistic and engineering genius of an ancient civilization. As the soft rain continues its descent, we contemplate the scale of this human endeavor, the sheer will and artistry required to transform mountains of sandstone into this cosmic diagram. The meticulous planning, the precise execution, the enduring vision, all speak of a society deeply connected to its spiritual beliefs and capable of orchestrating monumental projects. The journey through Angkor Wat is a passage through time, a quiet contemplation of the rise and fall of empires, the enduring power of faith, and the relentless embrace of nature. Each carved stone, each weathered wall, whispers stories of kings and commoners, of gods and demons, of battles fought and devotion expressed. The air itself seems to carry the echoes of ancient chants and the gentle footsteps of pilgrims. The rain-kissed stones glisten, reflecting the muted light, their intricate details softened by the moisture. The scent of damp earth and ancient stone fills the air, a primal fragrance that connects us to the very essence of this place. The sounds of the jungle, the distant calls of unseen birds, the rustling of leaves, the steady patter of rain, form a natural symphony, a timeless backdrop to the temple's quiet grandeur. We move now from the grand narratives of the bas-reliefs to the subtle intricacies of the architectural details. Observe the delicate carvings on the lintels above doorways, depicting scenes from Hindu mythology or intricate floral motifs. These lintels, often overlooked in favor of the larger panels, are masterpieces of miniature sculpture, each figure and leaf rendered with astonishing precision. Consider the column capitals, adorned with stylized lotus buds or geometric patterns, each one contributing to the overall aesthetic harmony of the structure. The windows, often latticed with finely carved balusters, allow filtered light to penetrate the inner chambers, creating a play of light and shadow that enhances the spiritual atmosphere. These small details, replicated thousands of times throughout the temple, demonstrate the consistency of craftsmanship and the depth of artistic skill present in the Khmer workshops. The inner courtyards, now hushed by the rain, offer moments of profound stillness. Here, the sheer mass of the stone creates a sense of enclosure, a sanctuary from the outside world. The high walls rise around us, their surfaces textured by centuries of weathering, their colors shifting from warm ochre to cool gray depending on the light and moisture. The central towers, now closer, loom majestically, their distinctive lotus bud shape reaching towards the sky. These towers, originally covered in gold leaf, would have shimmered brilliantly under the tropical sun, a beacon of divine presence. Even now, stripped of their golden adornment, their form conveys a powerful sense of aspiration and spiritual ascent. The rain continues its gentle work, cleansing the stone, deepening its colors, and enhancing the subtle variations in its surface. It is a constant, soothing presence, a reminder of the cyclical nature of time and the enduring power of the natural world. This soft, steady rhythm invites a quiet contemplation, a deeper immersion into the ancient heart of Angkor. The world outside, with its demands and distractions, continues to recede, leaving only the profound stillness of these hallowed stones and the timeless song of the monsoon. We are gently held within this ancient embrace as the quiet mind finds its softest rest. The quiet mind finds its softest rest, cradled by the ancient embrace of Angkor. We turn now from the grand, iconic silhouette of Angkor Wat itself, moving deeper into the sprawling complex, into the very heart of the Khmer civilization that flourished here for centuries. This journey takes us beyond the most famous towers, into the intricate tapestry of temples and structures that dot the landscape, each telling a piece of a magnificent story. Imagine the vastness of this ancient city, not just a single temple, but an entire metropolis, once home to 1 million people, a scale almost unimaginable in its time. The city of Angkor Thom, for instance, represents a pinnacle of Khmer urban planning and architectural ambition. It was established in the late 12th century by King Jayavarman VII, a monarch whose reign marked a significant shift in the religious landscape of the Khmer Empire. While earlier kings often favored Hinduism, Jayavarman VII was a devout Mahayana Buddhist, and his spiritual convictions are etched into the very stones of Angkor Thom. The city itself is a perfect square, enclosed by an 8-meter-high wall, stretching 3 kilometers on each side. This formidable barrier, constructed of laterite, a reddish soil that hardens upon exposure to air, was not merely defensive. It also served to delineate a sacred space, a cosmic mandala on Earth. Surrounding this wall was a wide moat, approximately 100 meters across, teeming with water, which further emphasized the city's isolation and sanctity. 5 monumental gates pierced these walls, one in the center of each cardinal direction, and an additional Victory Gate on the eastern side, leading directly to the royal palace. Each of these gates is a masterpiece of sculpture, crowned with 4 colossal, serene faces, typically identified as Lokeshvara, the bodhisattva of compassion, or perhaps even a deified portrait of Jayavarman VII himself. These faces, with their gentle smiles and downcast eyes, gaze out in the 4 cardinal directions, offering a benevolent watch over the city and its inhabitants. Below these faces, the gates are adorned with intricate carvings of devas and asuras, gods and demons. Engaged in the mythical churning of the ocean of milk, a central theme in Hindu cosmology that Jayavarman VII reinterpreted through a Buddhist lens. This iconic scene depicts the struggle for Amrita, the elixir of immortality, a metaphor for the pursuit of enlightenment and liberation. Passing through one of these gates, perhaps the South Gate, which is the most well-preserved, one enters a different realm. The broad causeway leading into the city is flanked by rows of these same devas and asuras, holding a giant naga, a multi-headed serpent, as if they are still engaged in their cosmic tug-of-war. The scale of this artistic endeavor is breathtaking, a testament to the organizational power and artistic skill of the Khmer people. The causeway itself is a grand processional path, leading directly to the heart of Angkor Thom, where the Bayon Temple stands as its central jewel. The Bayon Temple is perhaps the most enigmatic and visually striking of all the structures within Angkor Thom. Unlike the classical, orderly grandeur of Angkor Wat, the Bayon presents a more organic, almost whimsical appearance, a forest of stone faces rising towards the sky. It is a temple mountain, built in the style of earlier Khmer temples, but with a unique and profound twist. Its most distinctive feature is the multitude of colossal, smiling faces carved into its 54 towers. There are over 200 of these faces in total, each with the same serene, slightly mysterious smile, often referred to as the Khmer smile. The identity of these faces has been a subject of much scholarly debate. Some believe they represent Lokeshvara, the bodhisattva of compassion, reflecting Jayavarman VII's Buddhist devotion. Others argue they are portraits of the king himself, deified and omnipresent, watching over his kingdom. Perhaps they are a fusion of both, a spiritual and temporal authority intertwined. Regardless of their exact identity, their presence creates an atmosphere of profound tranquility and watchful benevolence. As one walks through the temple's labyrinthine corridors, these faces seem to follow, their gentle gaze a constant, comforting presence. The architecture of the Bayon is complex, a series of concentric galleries and terraces culminating in a central, circular sanctuary. The outer walls of the temple are adorned with extensive bas-reliefs, providing a vivid chronicle of daily life, historical events, and mythological narratives. These reliefs are a treasure trove of information about the Khmer Empire, depicting scenes of naval battles on the Tonle Sap Lake, bustling markets, hunting expeditions, and religious ceremonies. They show the common people, the soldiers, the dancers, the animals, offering a window into a world long past. The detail is exquisite, each figure rendered with a sense of movement and vitality, even after centuries of exposure to the elements. The inner galleries of the Bayon, in contrast, focus more on mythological themes, particularly those related to Buddhism and Hinduism, reflecting the syncretic nature of Khmer religion during Jayavarman VII's reign. One can trace the journey of the Buddha, or the stories of Vishnu and Shiva, woven into the stone. The interplay of light and shadow within these galleries, especially during the early morning or late afternoon, adds to the temple's mystical aura. The stone, weathered by time and rain, takes on a soft, warm glow, enhancing the serene expressions of the faces. Beyond the Bayon, within the walls of Angkor Wat, lie other significant structures. The Baphuon, an earlier temple mountain dedicated to Shiva, was largely restored in the 20th century. It is a massive pyramid-like structure representing Mount Meru, the mythical home of the gods. Its sheer scale and the intricate carvings that once adorned its surfaces speak to the ambition of its builder, King Udayadityavarman II, in the 11th century. The restoration of the Baphuon was a monumental undertaking, involving the reassembly of hundreds of thousands of stone blocks, a giant jigsaw puzzle that took decades to complete. Nearby stands the Phimianakis, or Celestial Palace, a three-tiered pyramid that once supported a golden tower. According to legend, a golden-haired Naga princess resided in this tower, and the king of Angkor had to sleep with her every night to ensure the prosperity of his kingdom. This legend highlights the deep connection between the monarch and the divine, a common theme in Southeast Asian kingship. The Phimianakis, though now largely in ruins, still evokes a sense of ancient majesty, its steep steps leading to a platform that once offered panoramic views of the royal city. The Terrace of the Elephants and the Terrace of the Leper King are two other prominent features within Angkor Wat, located just north of the Bayon. The Terrace of the Elephants, stretching for 350 meters, served as a grand viewing stand for public ceremonies, royal processions, and theatrical performances. Its walls are decorated with magnificent bas-reliefs of elephants, their trunks reaching for lotus blossoms, and seams of Garudas, mythical bird-like creatures, and various other animals. The sheer dynamism of these carvings brings the stone to life, imagining the vibrant spectacles that once unfolded before this grand stage. Adjacent to it, the terrace of the Leper King is adorned with a deeply carved wall depicting rows of multi-armed figures, asuras and nagas.
The terrace gets its name from a statue found there, believed to be of King Yasovarman I, who was said to have suffered from leprosy.
However, scholars now believe the statue represents Yama, the god of death, or perhaps Kubera, the god of wealth. Regardless of its specific identity, the terrace's intricate carvings and its mysterious atmosphere contribute to the rich tapestry of Angkor Thom. The construction of these temples and the entire city of Angkor Thom was an immense undertaking, requiring an extraordinary level of organization, engineering prowess, and artistic skill. The Khmer people developed sophisticated hydraulic systems, including vast reservoirs known as barrays and an intricate network of canals, to manage the monsoon rains and irrigate their rice fields. This mastery of water management was crucial for sustaining a large population and for providing the resources necessary for such ambitious building projects. The West Barray, for example, located just outside Angkor Thom, is a massive body of water, approximately 8 kilometers long and 2 kilometers wide, an engineering marvel that still holds water today. The stone used for these constructions, primarily sandstone and laterite, was quarried from the Kulem Mountains, some 50 kilometers away. The transportation of these massive blocks, often weighing several tons, was a logistical feat. It is believed that elephants were used to haul the stones, and a complex system of canals and rafts facilitated their movement, especially during the monsoon season when the rivers were high. The precision with which these stones were cut and fitted together, often without mortar, is astounding, a testament to the skill of the Khmer masons. The artistry of the Khmer sculptors is evident in every detail, from the grand bas reliefs to the delicate carvings of apsaras, celestial dancers, that adorn many of the temples. Each apsara, with her elaborate headdress, graceful posture, and flowing garments, is unique, a celebration of beauty and divine grace. They symbolize the heavenly realm, bringing a touch of ethereal elegance to the earthly structures. Their presence is a constant reminder of the spiritual aspirations of the Khmer kings and their people. The jungle, too, plays an integral role in the story of Angkor. After the decline of the Khmer Empire in the 15th century, the temples were gradually abandoned and reclaimed by the dense tropical forest. Giant fig trees and silk cotton trees, with their immense roots, wrapped themselves around the stone structures, slowly prying apart walls and gateways. This embrace of nature, while destructive in some ways, also created a hauntingly beautiful landscape, a powerful image of nature's relentless power and the impermanence of human endeavors. Ta Prohm, one of the most famous temples within the Angkor complex, stands as a poignant example of this symbiotic relationship between stone and tree. Unlike most other temples, Ta Prohm has been deliberately left in much the same condition in which it was found by European explorers in the 19th century. Enormous strangler figs and kapok trees grow out of its walls, their roots like giant tentacles weaving through the stone, creating a scene of breathtaking, almost surreal beauty. Walking through Ta Prohm is like stepping into an ancient dream, where nature and architecture have merged into a single, organic entity. The temple was built by Jayavarman VII in the late 12th century as a Mahayana Buddhist monastery and university, dedicated to his mother. Its inscriptions detail the vast resources dedicated to its upkeep, including thousands of priests, dancers, and servants, and immense stores of jewels, silk, and precious metals. It was a thriving spiritual and educational center, a microcosm of the Khmer Empire's wealth and devotion. Today, as the roots of the trees slowly consume the stone, one can almost hear the echoes of the past, the chants of monks, the rustle of silk, the murmur of ancient lessons. The atmosphere within Ta Prohm is one of profound stillness, punctuated only by the chirping of unseen birds and the rustling of leaves. The dappled sunlight filters through the dense canopy, casting shifting patterns of light and shadow on the ancient stones. The air is thick with the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves, a primal aroma that connects one deeply to the natural world. The sheer scale of the trees, their roots snaking across courtyards and over roofs, is a powerful reminder of nature's enduring strength, a gentle yet relentless force. Another temple that exemplifies this deep connection with nature is Preah Khan, also built by Jayavarman VII and dedicated to his father. Preah Khan, meaning sacred sword, was a large Buddhist monastic complex, serving as a temporary residence for the king during the construction as Angkor Wat. It is also partially unrestored, allowing the jungle to maintain its embrace, though perhaps not as dramatically as in Ta Prohm. Here too, the roots of ancient trees intertwine with the stone, creating a sense of timelessness, a quiet dialogue between human creation and natural growth. Preah Khan is notable for its unique design, featuring a central sanctuary surrounded by a series of rectangular galleries and courtyards. One of its most distinctive features is a two-story building with circular columns, a rare example as a round structure in Khmer architecture, whose purpose remains a subject of speculation. Some believe it may have been a granary, others a library. The temple also contains a stupa, a Buddhist reliquary, further emphasizing its religious significance. The intricate carvings at Preah Khan are particularly well preserved in some sections, depicting various deities, celestial figures, and mythological scenes. The delicate workmanship, the flowing lines, and the expressive faces of the figures speak to the high artistic standards of the Khmer sculptors. The temple's long, dark corridors and hidden chambers create a sense of mystery and exploration, inviting one to wander and discover its secrets. As the monsoon continues its gentle rhythm, the rain washes over these ancient stones, cleansing them, revealing the subtle textures and colors that lie beneath centuries of dust and moss. The sound of the rain, a soft, continuous murmur, becomes a part of the landscape, a natural soundtrack to this ancient world. It nourishes the jungle, allowing the trees to flourish, their roots to deepen their hold, their leaves to shimmer with renewed vitality. The air becomes cooler, fresher, carrying the earthy scent of the forest. The light softens, diffused by the clouds, creating a subdued ethereal glow that enhances the mystical atmosphere of the temples. The world outside, with its demands and distractions, continues its gentle recession, leaving only the profound stillness of these hallowed stones and the timeless song of the monsoon. We are gently held within this ancient embrace as the quiet mind finds its softest rest, drifting into a deeper quietude, a profound tranquility that settles over the soul like the softest rain on ancient stone. The softest rain on ancient stone continues its quiet descent, a delicate veil over the structures. Each drop contributes to a gentle current, not just of water, but of time itself, flowing through these hallowed grounds. The air, now thoroughly cleansed, carries the faint, sweet scent of damp earth and blooming jasmine, a fragrance that mingles with the ancient aroma of moss and stone. This gentle current begins its journey high in the canopy, where countless leaves catch the initial impact of the rain. From leaf to leaf, the water trickles, gathering momentum in tiny rivulets along branches. It finds its way down the rough bark of the trees, forming shimmering paths that reflect the subdued light filtering through the clouds. These small streams merge at the base of the trees, creating miniature rivers that wind their way through the undergrowth. They navigate around exposed roots and fallen leaves, their paths dictated by the subtle contours of the jungle floor. The sound of this flowing water is a constant soft murmur, a counterpoint to the steady patter of the rain. As the water reaches the temple grounds, it encounters the intricate drainage systems carved into the stone centuries ago. These channels, designed by ancient engineers, guide the flow with remarkable precision. The water follows these deliberate paths, moving gracefully around courtyards and along the bases of walls. The gentle current fills the shallow basins and decorative pools, bringing a fresh, clear layer to their surfaces. In these pools, the water lilies, their petals still furled against the rain, seem to pulse with a quiet energy, anticipating the return of light. The water reflects the grey sky and the towering stone, creating a mirror image of the tranquil world above. This flowing water also nourishes the myriad lichens and mosses that cling to the temple walls. These tiny organisms, vibrant in their green and grey hues, absorb the moisture, thriving in the humid embrace of the monsoon. They form soft, living tapestries that soften the sharp edges of the stone, adding to the ancient organic feel of the place. The current moves onward, finding its way into the larger moats that encircle the main temple complexes. Already calm and still, receive the fresh influx with quiet acceptance. The surface of the moat ripples gently as the new water disperses, creating ever-widening circles that slowly fade into the distance. Within the moats, the water nurtures a diverse ecosystem. Small fish dart beneath the surface, their movements creating barely perceptible disturbances. Waterbirds, their feathers slick with rain, wade along the edges, their calls muffled by the continuous downpour. The entire environment is interconnected by this gentle, life-giving flow. The sound of the water, flowing and pooling, becomes a central element of the soundscape. It is a symphony of soft gurgles, gentle splashes, and the steady, rhythmic drumming of rain on stone and leaf. This auditory tapestry is deeply soothing, a natural lullaby composed by the monsoon itself. The air remains cool and moist, a pleasant contrast to the usual tropical heat. Every breath feels refreshing, carrying the essence of the jungle and the ancient stones. This coolness encourages a sense of stillness, a quiet contemplation of the enduring beauty that surrounds these structures. The gentle current also carries with it the stories of centuries. Each drop of water has touched the same stones, fled through the same channels as countless drops before it. It connects the present moment to the distant past, creating a tangible link to the people who once walked these paths and worshipped in these halls. Imagine the water tracing the outlines of the bas-reliefs, highlighting the intricate carvings of apsaras and deities. The wet stone gleams, making the details stand out with a renewed clarity, as if the rain itself is revealing hidden narratives. The stories etched in stone seem to come alive under this gentle, cleansing flow. The water collects in the natural depressions of the stone, forming small, temporary pools. In these transient mirrors, the sky, the trees, and the temple towers are briefly reflected, creating miniature inverted worlds that shimmer with a quiet beauty. These reflections are fleeting, yet profound. The journey of a single raindrop from cloud to canopy, to branch to stone to moat, is a microcosm of the larger cycle of nature. It speaks of renewal and persistence, of the continuous flow of life and time. This understanding brings a deep sense of peace, a connection to something vast and eternal. The gentle current continues its work, slowly eroding and shaping the landscape over millennia. It is a force of creation and transformation, a constant sculptor of the earth. Yet in this moment, its action is soft and nurturing, a tender caress rather than a powerful torrent. The sound of the water becomes more subtle, blending seamlessly with the background hum of the jungle. It is no longer a distinct sound, but an integral part of the atmosphere, a constant, comforting presence. This gentle hum encourages a deeper sense of quietude, a gradual release of conscious thought. The light outside continues its soft diffusion, creating a world of muted tones and soft shadows. The edges of things become less defined, blending into a harmonious whole. This visual softness complements the auditory gentleness, creating an environment perfectly suited for rest. The gentle current carries away any lingering tension, any stray thought that might still cling to the edges of the mind. It is a cleansing flow, washing over the internal landscape, leaving behind a profound sense of calm and clarity. This internal quiet mirrors the external stillness. The water finds its way into the deepest parts of the jungle, disappearing beneath the dense foliage, becoming part of the unseen network of roots and soil. It nourishes the earth, preparing it for new growth, ensuring the continuation of the vibrant ecosystem. Its journey is continuous, never truly ending. The feeling of being enveloped by this gentle current is like being held in a soft, flowing embrace. It is a sensation of being supported and carried, without effort or resistance.
This feeling extends beyond the physical, touching the very core of one's being, fostering a deep sense of security.
The ancient stones, having witnessed countless monsoons, stand as silent sentinels, impervious to the passage of time and the flow of water. They absorb the moisture, becoming darker, richer in color, their textures more pronounced. They are a testament to endurance, a symbol of unwavering strength. The air now feels slightly cooler as the rain begins to lessen its intensity. The individual drops become more discernible, their rhythm slowing, creating longer pauses between each soft tap.
This gradual change signals a shift, a gentle transition towards a new phase of quiet.
The sound of the gentle current, though still present, begins to recede into the background, becoming an almost subliminal hum. It is there, a constant undertone, but no longer the primary focus. The mind, too, begins to quiet its active engagement, moving towards a more passive state of awareness. The world outside the temples, with its myriad complexities, continues to recede further into the distance. Here, within the ancient embrace of stone and jungle, only the timeless rhythms of nature prevail. The gentle current is a conduit to this profound stillness, a pathway to deeper tranquility. The soft light, the cool air, the lingering scent of rain, and the subtle murmur of water combine to create an atmosphere of profound serenity. It is a space where the mind can truly rest, unburdened by external demands, free to simply be. This quietude deepens with each passing moment. The gentle current has completed its immediate journey, having nourished the earth and cleansed the stones. Its work, though quiet, is continuous, a perpetual cycle of renewal and flow. This understanding brings a sense of harmony, a feeling of being perfectly aligned with the natural world. The mind, like the water, begins to settle, its surface becoming smooth and unruffled. Thoughts, like ripples, appear and then gently dissipate, leaving behind a clear, expansive quiet. This is the essence of true rest, a profound peace that permeates every fiber of one's being. The subtle sounds of the jungle begin to re-emerge, not as distinct noises, but as a soft, continuous chorus. The distant chirping of crickets, the rustle of leaves in a gentle breeze, the soft hoot of an owl, all blend into a seamless tapestry of night sounds. These sounds are comforting, familiar, and deeply soothing. The gentle current has guided us to this point, to this profound stillness. It has prepared the way, cleansing the mind and calming the senses. We are now held in the quiet embrace of the ancient world, ready for the deepest rest, a tranquil surrender to the softest night. The gentle current has guided us to this point, to this profound stillness. It has prepared the way, cleansing the mind and calming the senses. We are now held in the quiet embrace of the ancient world, ready for the deepest rest, a tranquil surrender to the softest night. The moon, a silent witness, casts its soft glow upon the ancient stones. Its light filters through the canopy, painting ethereal patterns on the temple walls. This is a time when the jungle seems to hold its breath, when the air itself feels thick with history and peace. The gentle current continues its flow, a metaphor for the passage of time, for the enduring spirit of this place. It carries us deeper into the heart of Angkor, revealing its hidden layers, its quiet majesty. We consider the intricate carvings that adorn the galleries of Angkor Wat. These bas-reliefs stretch for hundreds of meters, depicting epic tales from Hindu mythology. They are a testament to the skill and devotion of the Khmer artisans. One of the most famous panels illustrates the churning of the ocean of milk. This cosmic event describes the Devas and Asuras collaborating to churn the primordial ocean. Their goal is to obtain the elixir of immortality, known as Amrita. Vishnu, in his Khmer avatar as a giant tortoise, supports Mount Mandara, which serves as the churning rod. The serpent Vasuki is wrapped around the mountain, acting as the churning rope. Devas pull on Vasuki's tail, while Asuras pull on his head. This immense effort releases various treasures from the ocean, including celestial nymphs, goddesses, and finally, the Amrita. The scene is depicted with incredible detail, showing the muscular effort of the figures, the swirling waters, and the divine beings emerging. Another significant panel portrays the Battle of Kurukshetra from the Mahabharata. This epic war features the Pandavas and Kauravas, two warring families. The relief captures the intensity of the conflict, with chariots, elephants, and warriors engaged in fierce combat. The attention to detail in these battle scenes is remarkable. Each soldier is depicted with unique armor and weaponry. The expressions on their faces convey determination, fear, and courage. These carvings were not merely decorative, they were narratives, teaching stories etched in stone. The South Gallery also features the army of Suryavarman II, the king responsible for the construction of Angkor Wat. This panel shows the king on his elephant, leading his army into battle. His generals and soldiers are depicted in procession, arrayed with banners and weapons. This particular relief offers a rare glimpse into the military organization and regalia of the Khmer Empire. It provides historical context, blending mythical narratives with the reality of the king's reign. The precision of the uniforms, the posture of the warriors, all speak of a highly disciplined force. Moving to the West Gallery, we find depictions of the Battle of Lanka, another episode from the Ramayana. This epic battle sees Rama, aided by his monkey army, fighting against the demon king Ravana to rescue Sita. The monkey general Hanuman is a prominent figure in these scenes, often shown leaping into action. The dynamic compositions capture the chaos and heroism of the conflict. The figures are lively, full of movement and energy, even in their stone forms. These bas-reliefs were originally painted, though only faint traces of color remain today. Imagine the vibrancy of these scenes when they were first completed, illuminated by torchlight or the tropical sun. They must have been truly breathtaking. The narrative flow of these carvings is continuous, guiding the viewer along the galleries. They served as both art and scripture, educating and inspiring the populace. The stories were familiar, but seeing them rendered with such grandeur must have been a profound experience. Beyond the grand narratives, smaller, more delicate carvings adorn the temple. Apsaras, celestial dancers, are ubiquitous throughout Angkor Wat. Each Apsara is unique, with different hairstyles, jewelry, and postures. They seem to float across the stone surfaces, their graceful forms adding a sense of lightness and beauty to the massive structure. Their presence reinforces the idea of Angkor Wat as a divine abode, a place where gods and mortals could interact. Devatas, female divinities, also grace the walls. They are often depicted standing in niches, holding lotus buds or other symbolic objects. Their serene expressions and elaborate adornments contribute to the temple's overall aesthetic of divine beauty. These smaller figures often have intricate details in their clothing and jewelry. The artisans took great care to differentiate each one, ensuring no two were exactly alike. This individuality adds to the richness and depth of the temple's artistry. The gentle current now carries us to the outer enclosures of Angkor Wat, beyond the central temple complex. Here, the jungle reclaims more of the space, its embrace softer, less formal. The outer walls, though less adorned than the inner galleries, still hold their own quiet dignity. They define the sacred space, separating the mundane world from the divine. Their weathered surfaces tell tales of centuries of exposure to the elements. The moat surrounding Angkor Wat is not merely a defensive feature. It also symbolizes the cosmic ocean, further reinforcing the temple's representation of Mount Meru, the mythical home of the gods. The water reflects the temple, creating a mirror image that seems to extend its grandeur. During the monsoon season, the moat fills to its brim, its surface often covered with lotus flowers. These beautiful blooms, symbols of purity and enlightenment, add another layer of spiritual significance to the landscape. The causeway leading to the main entrance is lined with Naga balustrades. These multi-headed serpents are guardians, protecting the sacred path. Their coiled bodies and fanned heads create a powerful, symbolic entrance. The Nagas are revered creatures in Khmer mythology, often associated with water, fertility, and protection. Their presence at the temple entrance signifies a crossing from the earthly realm to the divine. As we move away from the main temple, the sounds of the jungle become more pronounced again. The rustling of leaves, the distant calls of birds, the hum of insects. These are the natural rhythms of this ancient land. The air here feels different, perhaps a little cooler, a little more humid, as the dense foliage provides shade and moisture. The scent of damp earth and tropical plants fills the air. We consider the engineering marvel that is the Angkorian hydraulic system. Beyond the temples themselves, the Khmer Empire was renowned for its sophisticated water management. This system was crucial for agriculture, particularly rice cultivation, which sustained the vast population. The Bares, massive man-made reservoirs, were central to this system. The West Bare, for instance, is an enormous rectangular body of water, several kilometers long. These bares collected monsoon rains and stored water for the dry season. An intricate network of canals and ducts distributed this water across the plains. This allowed for multiple rice harvests per year, a significant agricultural achievement that supported the growth and prosperity of the empire. The understanding of hydrology and civil engineering demonstrated by the Khmer people was extraordinary for their time. They harnessed the power of water, turning a challenging environment into a fertile landscape. The gentle current of time has seen these bares endure, some still holding water today. They stand as silent monuments to the ingenuity of a civilization that understood the profound connection between water, land, and life. The jungle around Angkor is a living tapestry, constantly evolving. Trees grow, vines intertwine, and roots seek purchase in the ancient stones. This natural world is an integral part of the Angkor experience. Certain trees, like the giant strangler figs, are particularly striking. Their roots can engulf entire structures, slowly consuming them. This process creates a unique blend of nature and architecture, where stone and wood become one. The silk cotton tree, or kapok, is another prominent species. Its massive buttress roots spread out like giant planks, providing support and creating dramatic visual effects. These trees are often seen at temples like Ta Prohm, where they have become iconic. The interplay between the jungle and the temples is a powerful reminder of nature's relentless power and resilience. It is a slow, gradual reclaiming, a testament to the passage of centuries. The sounds of the jungle at night are a symphony of life. The chirping of crickets, the croaking of frogs, the occasional call of a night bird, these sounds create a natural soundscape that is both vibrant and calming. The air is thick with the scent of jasmine and other might-blooming flowers. Their delicate fragrances mingle with the earthy aroma of the forest floor, creating a rich sensory experience. The gentle current carries us further into this tranquil night. We envision the ancient monks who once walked these paths, their bare feet silent on the stone. Their chants would have echoed through the galleries, blending with the sounds of the jungle. The spiritual practices of the Khmer people were deeply intertwined with their environment. The natural world was seen as sacred, a manifestation of the divine. This reverence is reflected in the art and architecture of Angkor. The concept of balance, of harmony between opposing forces, is central to many of the carvings. The devas and asuras churning the ocean, the interplay of light and shadow, the struggle between nature and human creation, these themes are ever present. The moon continues its slow journey across the sky, its light softening the edges of the ancient structures. The stars begin to emerge, tiny pinpricks of light in the vast cosmic ocean. The gentle current now moves with an even slower pace, a whisper in the night. It invites a deeper sense of peace, a quiet surrender to the stillness that envelops this ancient place. The air grows cooler as the night progresses. A soft breeze rustles through the leaves, carrying the faint scent of distant rain. The world outside the temple walls seems to recede, leaving only this profound quiet. The stones of Angkor Wat, warmed by the day's sun, now slowly release their heat into the cool night air. They stand as silent sentinels, holding centuries of stories within their granite hearts. The sounds of the night are becoming more subdued, a gentle lullaby. The occasional hoot of an owl, the soft rustle of a creature moving through the undergrowth, these are the only disturbances to the profound calm. The gentle current has brought us to a place of deep tranquility. It is a space where the mind can rest, where worries can dissolve into the vastness of the night. The ancient world holds us in its peaceful embrace. We are surrounded by the enduring spirit of Angkor, a place of timeless beauty and profound history. The jungle, the stone, the memory of monsoon rains all contribute to this deep sense of peace. The softest night has arrived, a blanket of quiet over the ancient land. The gentle current continues its silent flow, guiding us deeper into the realm of rest. The softest night has arrived, a blanket of quiet over the ancient land. The gentle current continues its silent flow, guiding us deeper into the realm of rest. The path ahead is not visible, but it is felt. It is a whispered path, known only by the rustling leaves and the cool, damp earth. This path leads through the outer reaches of the temple complex. It skirts the edges of forgotten moats. These moats once held vast quantities of water. They served as both defense and as a symbolic ocean. The water represented the cosmic ocean surrounding Mount Meru. Mount Meru was the mythical home of the gods. The temples of Angkor were designed as earthly representations of this sacred mountain. They were microcosms of the universe. The path now winds past smaller, less prominent structures. These are often overlooked, yet they hold their own quiet stories. Some are simple brick shrines, others are laterite foundations, long reclaimed by the jungle's embrace. Laterite is a reddish clay-like soil. It hardens when exposed to air. It was a common building material in ancient Southeast Asia. The builders of Angkor used laterite for foundations and core structures. Sandstone was reserved for carvings and visible surfaces. The path is cool beneath our feet. The air is still and carries the scent of damp earth and unseen blossoms. Fireflies might flicker in the distance, tiny silent signals in the profound darkness. They are ephemeral lights. They guide us with their soft, intermittent glow. Each flash is a momentary beacon. The jungle's sounds have softened further. They are now almost imperceptible, a gentle hum of life. The night deepens. The stars above are a silent, glittering canopy. They are ancient guides. The cart becomes less defined, merging with the natural contours of the land. We are moving into a space of pure stillness.
This is the deep, quiet heart of the ancient forest. It holds secrets in its silent growth. The air itself seems to hold a memory of time. It is a memory of centuries. We are now truly enveloped by the night. It is a blanket of peace. The whispered path has led us to this profound quiet. It is a place beyond words. The jungle sleeps now, holding its ancient secrets close. The jungle sleeps now, a gentle, quiet breath. The jungle sleeps now, a gentle, quiet breath. Within this profound quietude, the very stones of Angkor Wat begin to speak, not with sound, but with the intricate language of their carvings, revealing layers of history etched into their sandstone surfaces by generations of skilled artisans who meticulously shaped the narrative of their empire. These bas-reliefs, stretching for hundreds of meters along the galleries of the main temple, are not merely decorative elements but serve as monumental historical records, religious texts, and epic poems, all rendered in stone with breathtaking detail and narrative flow. One of the most famous and extensive of these sculptural narratives is found in the Western Gallery, depicting the legendary Battle of Kurukshetra from the Hindu epic Mahabharata, a conflict between the Kauravas and the Pandavas, symbolizing the eternal struggle between Dharma and Adharma, right and wrong. The artists of Angkor Wat meticulously portrayed the chaos and grandeur of this epic battle, showcasing chariots with their drivers and archers, elephants adorned with war regalia, and infantry soldiers wielding an array of weapons such as swords, spears, and bows, all engaged in fierce combat. Each figure, from the lowliest foot soldier to the most exalted hero like Bhishma or Karna, is rendered with remarkable anatomical precision and expressive dynamism, conveying the intensity of their struggle and their individual fates within the larger conflict. Further along, the Southern Gallery presents the historical march of Suryavarman II, the very king who commissioned the construction of Angkor Wat, providing a rare glimpse into the Khmer military organization, the diversity of their forces, and the pomp and circumstance accompanying a royal procession. This historical relief shows Suryavarman II himself, seated majestically on an elephant, surrounded by his generals, courtiers, and various regiments, including those from vassal states, identifiable by their distinct attire and weaponry, underscoring the vast reach and influence of the Khmer Empire during his reign. The Eastern Gallery is home to the magnificent churning of the Ocean of Milk, a foundational Hindu creation myth that symbolizes the cosmic effort required to obtain the elixir of immortality, or Amrita, through the collaborative, yet often contentious, efforts of devas, or gods, and asuras, or demons. This epic scene, spanning an astonishing 49 meters, depicts the gods and demons using the serpent Vasuki as a rope, wrapped around Mount Mandara, which serves as the churning rod, while Vishnu, in his tortoise avatar Khmer, supports the mountain from below. The intricate details of this relief include the emergence of various treasures from the ocean, such as celestial nymphs known as Apsaras, the goddess Lakshmi, the wish-granting tree Kalpavrika, and finally, the pot of Amrita, all of which are rendered with an extraordinary sense of movement and divine grace. The Northern Gallery features depictions of various heavens and hells, illustrating the karmic consequences of human actions according to Hindu cosmology, with intricate scenes showing the virtuous enjoying celestial pleasures and the wicked enduring gruesome punishments, serving as a moral guide for the populace. These narratives, carved into the very fabric of the temple, were not merely static images but were intended to be read by pilgrims and devotees as they circumambulated the sacred complex, absorbing the religious teachings and historical narratives embedded within the stone. Beyond the grand narratives, countless smaller carvings adorn the temple, including thousands of devatas and apsaras, celestial dancers, and goddesses, each with unique hairstyles, jewelry, and postures, often depicted in graceful dance poses or holding offerings, adding an ethereal beauty to the temple's architecture. These figures are not merely decorative but are believed to be guardians of the temple and conduits to the divine, their serene expressions and delicate forms contributing to the overall sense of spiritual tranquility that pervades Angkor Wat. The meticulous craftsmanship extended to every architectural element, from the lotus bud finials crowning the towers, symbolizing purity and creation, to the intricate lintels above doorways, depicting scenes from Hindu mythology or auspicious symbols. The construction techniques employed by the Khmer builders were remarkably sophisticated, utilizing dry masonry for much of the structure, where precisely cut sandstone blocks were fitted together without mortar, relying on gravity and the sheer accuracy of their cuts to maintain stability. The sandstone itself was quarried from the Kulen Mountains, located approximately 50 kilometers northeast of Angkor, and transported to the site, likely by rafts along rivers and canals during the monsoon season when water levels were high enough to facilitate such heavy transport. The sheer scale of this undertaking, moving millions of cubic meters of stone and meticulously shaping them into such complex forms, speaks volumes about the organizational capabilities, engineering prowess, and artistic vision of the Khmer Empire. The central tower, rising majestically to a height of 65 meters, represents Mount Meru, the mythical cosmic mountain and dwelling place of the gods in Hindu and Buddhist cosmology, symbolizing the center of the universe and the axis mundi. This central sanctuary was originally dedicated to Vishnu, reflecting Suryavarman II's personal devotion to this deity, a departure from the traditional Shaivite leanings of many previous Khmer kings, although elements of Shaivism and local animistic beliefs were often syncretically integrated into the broader religious landscape. The temple's orientation to the west, unusual for Khmer temples which typically face east, has been a subject of much scholarly debate, with theories ranging from its function as a funerary temple for Suryavarman II, as the West is associated with death in Hindu tradition, to astronomical alignments or specific iconographic intentions related to Vishnu. The extensive hydraulic engineering system surrounding Angkor Wat and the broader Angkorian plain was crucial for the empire's prosperity, allowing for multiple rice harvests per year and supporting a dense population, demonstrating an advanced understanding of water management. This system included vast reservoirs known as barraries, such as the West Barrary, which could hold millions of cubic meters of water, along with an intricate network of canals, dikes, and sluice gates used for irrigation, flood control, and possibly even transportation. The strategic management of water was not only vital for agriculture but also held symbolic significance, with water often being associated with fertility, purity, and the cosmic ocean in Khmer religious beliefs, integrating the practical with the sacred. The decline of the Khmer Empire, while complex and multifaceted, is often attributed to a combination of factors including environmental degradation, particularly the strain on the hydraulic system due to deforestation and increased sedimentation, leading to decreased agricultural productivity. External pressures from neighboring polities, such as the rising power of the Ayutthaya Kingdom in present-day Thailand, also played a significant role, with repeated invasions and the eventual sacking of Angkor in 1431 leading to the abandonment of the capital. The shift in religious focus from Hinduism to Theravada Buddhism, which became the dominant religion in the region around the 14th and 15th centuries, also brought about changes in temple construction and patronage, as the emphasis moved from grand state temples to smaller, more localized monastic complexes. Despite its abandonment as a royal capital, Angkor Wat itself was never truly lost, as it continued to be maintained as a Buddhist monastery by local monks, who preserved its sacred essence and prevented it from being completely swallowed by the encroaching jungle. The temple's transition from a Hindu Vishnu temple to a Buddhist site is evident in the later additions of Buddha images and inscriptions, particularly in the Pre-Poan Gallery, which houses hundreds of Buddha statues, some ancient and some more recent, reflecting its continued use as a place of worship. European knowledge of Angkor Wat began to grow in the mid-19th century, particularly after the accounts of the French naturalist Henri Mouhot, whose vivid descriptions of the lost city captivated the Western world and sparked renewed interest in the site. Muhot's detailed observations and sketches, published posthumously, describe the monumental scale and intricate beauty of Angkor Wat, comparing it to the grandest ancient structures of Rome and Greece, thereby bringing it to international attention and initiating a new era of exploration and conservation efforts. The subsequent establishment of the École Française d'Extrême-Orient, EFEO, in 1901 marked a pivotal moment for Angkor, as this institution undertook extensive archaeological research, restoration work, and documentation of the entire Angkorian complex. Early restoration efforts, particularly during the first half of the 20th century, focused on clearing vegetation, stabilizing structures, and anastylosis, a technique involving the reassembly of fallen architectural elements using their original components whenever possible. The political turmoil in Cambodia during the latter half of the 20th century, including the Cambodian Civil War and the Khmer Rouge regime, severely impacted conservation efforts, leading to periods of neglect, looting, and damage to the temples, underscoring the fragility of these historical treasures. However, after decades of conflict, international cooperation resumed, with organizations like UNESCO designating Angkor as a World Heritage Site in 1992, recognizing its outstanding universal value and galvanizing global efforts for its preservation. Modern conservation techniques at Angkor Wat involve a multidisciplinary approach, combining traditional methods with cutting-edge technology, such as laser scanning for precise documentation, geophysical surveys to understand subsurface conditions, and advanced materials science to analyze and treat deteriorating stone. The challenges of preserving Angkor Wat are immense, ranging from the effects of tropical climate with its intense monsoon rains and high humidity, which promote biological growth and stone erosion, to the increasing pressures of tourism, which, while economically beneficial, also necessitates careful management to prevent damage. The sandstone itself, while durable, is susceptible to various forms of decay, including chemical weathering, salt crystallization, and biodeterioration caused by algae, fungi, and mosses, requiring ongoing monitoring and specialized treatments. The intricate drainage system of the temple, designed to manage rainwater runoff, is continuously maintained and, in some areas, restored to prevent water accumulation that can destabilize foundations and accelerate stone decay. Beyond the physical structure, the intangible heritage of Angkor Wat is also a focus of preservation, encompassing the traditional arts, rituals, and knowledge systems that were historically associated with the temple and continue to resonate in Cambodian culture today. The study of ancient Khmer inscriptions found throughout the temple complex provides invaluable insights into the religious practices, political history, social structures, and daily life of the Angkorian period, offering a direct voice from the past. These inscriptions, primarily in Sanskrit and Old Khmer, detail royal decrees, land grants, temple dedications, and the genealogies of kings and priests, serving as primary historical documents that complement the architectural and artistic evidence. The astronomical alignments incorporated into Angkor Wat's design are another fascinating aspect, suggesting that the temple served not only as a religious center but also as a sophisticated observatory or calendar, reflecting the advanced scientific knowledge of the Khmer civilization. For instance, on the spring equinox, the sun rises directly over the central tower when viewed from the main entrance, a deliberate architectural choice that would have held profound symbolic and ritualistic significance for the ancient Khmer. The 5 towers of Angkor Wat are arranged in a quincunx pattern, with one central tower surrounded by 4 smaller ones, a cosmic representation that mirrors the peaks of Mount Meru and the cardinal directions, embodying a microcosm of the universe. The inner galleries and courtyards of Angkor Wat were once vibrant spaces filled with rituals, ceremonies, and the daily activities of priests, dancers, and royal retinue, creating a dynamic spiritual and administrative hub. The temple complex was not merely a static monument but a living entity, constantly evolving through additions, renovations, and the continuous flow of devotees and offerings, reflecting the dynamic nature of Khmer religious life. The Grand Causeway leading to the western entrance, stretching for over 350 meters and flanked by balustrades shaped like multi-headed noggers, mythical serpents symbolizing protection and fertility, prepares the visitor for the sacred journey into the temple's heart. These Nogga balustrades, often depicted with their bodies forming a railing and their heads fanning out at the ends, represent a bridge between the human and divine realms, guiding the devotee towards enlightenment and purity. The moat surrounding Angkor Wat, measuring approximately 190 meters wide and encompassing an area of about 200 hectares, served multiple purposes. They provided defensive protection, acted as a reservoir for the hydraulic system, and symbolized the cosmic ocean that encircles Mount Meru. The scale of these moats, requiring immense excavation and engineering, further illustrates the ambition and capabilities of the Khmer builders, who transformed the natural landscape to align with their cosmological vision. The construction of Angkor Wat was a monumental undertaking that likely involved tens of thousands of laborers, including skilled stone carvers, masons, architects, engineers, and general workers, all organized under a highly centralized and efficient administrative system. The precise planning and execution of such a vast project, from quarrying and transporting millions of sandstone blocks to their intricate carving and assembly, would have required generations of continuous effort and an unparalleled dedication to the royal and religious vision. The sheer volume of artistic output, particularly the bas-reliefs and the thousands of devatas, suggests a highly specialized workforce of artisans who mastered their craft over many years, passing down their knowledge and techniques through apprenticeships. The artistic style of Angkor Wat, characterized by its refined elegance, naturalistic depictions, and harmonious composition, represents the pinnacle of classical Khmer art, influencing subsequent architectural and sculptural developments throughout Southeast Asia. The graceful movements of the apsaras, the expressive faces of the deities, and the dynamic energy of the battle scenes all contribute to a distinctive aesthetic that is immediately recognizable as Angkorian. The transition from earlier temple styles, which often featured brick construction and less elaborate carving, to the grand sandstone temples of Angkor Wat and its contemporaries, marks a significant evolution in Khmer architectural and artistic expression. The legacy of Angkor Wat extends far beyond its physical presence, deeply influencing Cambodian national identity, cultural pride, and artistic traditions, serving as a powerful symbol of the nation's rich historical heritage. It is prominently featured on the Cambodian flag, a testament to its enduring significance as a national emblem and a source of inspiration for generations. The complex interplay of religious devotion, imperial power, artistic genius, and engineering marvels encapsulated within Angkor Wat continues to captivate scholars, tourists, and spiritual seekers from across the globe, offering a profound glimpse into a civilization that flourished in the heart of Southeast Asia. The intricate details of the temple's construction, from the precise interlocking of sandstone blocks to the subtle curvature of its roofs, demonstrate a sophisticated understanding of structural engineering and architectural aesthetics. The use of corbel arches, where each successive course of stones projects slightly beyond the one below until the gap is closed, was a common technique for spanning openings, allowing for the creation of vast interior spaces without true arches. The subtle variations in the color of the sandstone, ranging from warm ochre to soft gray, add to the temple's visual depth and character, changing with the light throughout the day and the seasons. The very air around Angkor Wat seems to shimmer with the echoes of ancient chants and the rustle of silk robes, a silent testament to the countless ceremonies and devotions that unfolded within its sacred precincts for centuries. The temple's enduring presence, despite the ravages of time, nature, and human conflict, speaks to the resilience of human endeavor and the profound power of spiritual belief to inspire monumental creations. As the jungle breathes around these ancient stones, it cradles a history rich with artistry, ingenuity, and the timeless pursuit of the divine, inviting us to listen to the whispers of a civilization that built its dreams in stone. The intricate narratives carved into the sandstone walls of Angkor Wat extend far beyond the celebrated bas-reliefs depicting the Hindu epic of the Ramayana and the Mahabharata, revealing a comprehensive visual encyclopedia of Khmer life, cosmology, and military prowess during the 12th century. These sprawling galleries, stretching for hundreds of meters along the outer walls of the temple's lowest level, were not merely decorative but served as didactic murals, instructing the populace and future generations in the foundational myths and historical triumphs that underpinned the Khmer Empire. One particularly striking section, often referred to as the Battle of Kurukshetra, vividly portrays the climactic war from the Mahabharata, with thousands of warriors, chariots, and elephants locked in a fierce struggle, each figure meticulously detailed to convey movement, emotion, and the brutal reality of ancient warfare. The artists employed a sophisticated understanding of perspective and composition, guiding the viewer's eye through a dynamic sequence of events, from the initial charges of cavalry to the hand-to-hand combat, culminating in the decisive moments where divine intervention often swayed the tide of battle. Adjacent to these epic battle scenes, the procession of King Suryavarman II offers a rare glimpse into the historical reality of the Khmer court, depicting the very monarch responsible for Angkor Wat's construction leading his army and entourage with regal dignity. Here, the king is shown seated on an elephant, surrounded by his generals, priests, and various officials, all meticulously identified by their attire, insignia, and even their facial expressions, providing invaluable historical data for modern scholars studying the social hierarchy and military organization of the Angkorian period. The detail extends to the diverse ethnic groups within the Khmer Empire, with distinct representations of Siamese, Chinese, and various tribal peoples serving in the king's retinue, illustrating the vast territorial reach and multicultural nature of the empire at its zenith. This particular relief acts as a historical document etched in stone, commemorating the king's power and the unity of his realm, intended to solidify his divine right to rule and project an image of unassailable authority. Further along the western gallery, the Heaven and Hell relief presents a stark moral lesson, illustrating the karmic consequences of human actions according to Hindu cosmology, with an elaborate depiction of the 32 heavens and 37 hells. On one side, the virtuous are shown ascending to blissful celestial realms, enjoying the fruits of their good deeds, while on the other, the wicked endure gruesome tortures in the various hells, each punishment tailored to the specific transgression committed in life. The imagery is often graphic and visceral, designed to instill a profound sense of moral accountability and reinforce the importance of righteous conduct within the Khmer society, emphasizing the cyclical nature of existence and the ultimate triumph of cosmic justice. These vivid portrayals served as a constant reminder of the ethical framework that governed daily life and spiritual aspirations, guiding individuals towards a path of dharma and spiritual liberation. The Northern Gallery features the Battle of the Gods and Asuras, a cosmic struggle between divine beings and demons for control of the universe, a recurring theme in Hindu mythology that symbolizes the eternal conflict between good and evil. This dynamic relief showcases various Hindu deities, such as Vishnu, Shiva, and Brahma, riding their celestial mounts and wielding their signature weapons against a horde of formidable asuras, their forms often contorted in ferocious combat. The artistic mastery is evident in the portrayal of mythical creatures and divine powers, with each deity recognizable by their distinctive attributes and posture, illustrating the rich pantheon of Hindu gods revered by the Khmer people. This narrative not only entertained but also reinforced the belief in a divinely ordered cosmos, where the gods ultimately prevail, ensuring the stability and balance of the universe. Beyond these grand narrative panels, the smaller, more intimate carvings adorning the temple's upper levels and inner courtyards reveal an astonishing array of celestial dancers known as apsaras and devatas, numbering in the thousands and each uniquely rendered. These ethereal figures, with their elaborate headdresses, intricate jewelry, and graceful poses, embody the beauty, fertility, and divine allure associated with the celestial realm, their presence believed to consecrate the sacred space and invite prosperity. No two apsaras are exactly alike, their costumes, hairstyles, and gestures vary subtly, suggesting a vast repertoire of dance movements and a profound appreciation for individual artistic expression within a standardized iconographic tradition. These delicate carvings, often appearing in niches or adorning pilasters, add a layer of exquisite refinement to the massive stone structure, transforming solid rock into a vibrant tableau of divine grace and artistic splendor. The construction techniques employed by the ancient Khmer builders at Angkor Wat were nothing short of engineering marvels, demonstrating an advanced understanding of hydrology, geology, and structural mechanics that allowed them to erect such colossal and enduring monuments in a challenging tropical environment. The primary building material, sandstone, was quarried from the Kulin Mountains, located approximately 50 kilometers northeast of Angkor, requiring a sophisticated logistical network to transport these massive blocks. Scholars believe that a combination of elephants, oxen, and perhaps even a complex system of canals and rafts were utilized to move the stones to the construction site, especially during the monsoon season when water levels in the rivers and canals would be higher. The sheer volume of stone used in Angkor Wat's construction is staggering, estimated to be equivalent to that used in the Great Pyramid of Giza, highlighting the immense labor and organizational capacity of the Khmer Empire. Once at the site, the sandstone blocks were meticulously cut and shaped, often without the use of mortar, relying instead on precise dry stacking techniques where the stones fit together so perfectly that a knife blade cannot be inserted between them. This remarkable precision, achieved through skilled craftsmanship and sophisticated measuring tools, created incredibly stable structures capable of withstanding centuries of seismic activity and the relentless pressure of the tropical climate. The blocks were often interlocked with tenons and mortises, a system of projecting pieces fitting into corresponding holes, further enhancing the structural integrity of the walls and towers. This method, combined with the careful selection of durable sandstone, explains the extraordinary preservation of Angkor Wat's core structures, even after enduring centuries of exposure to the elements. The foundation of Angkor Wat is equally impressive, designed to support the immense weight of the stone superstructure on relatively unstable alluvial soil. The builders employed a system of massive earthworks and a network of underground drainage channels to manage the water table and prevent subsidence. The entire temple complex is surrounded by a wide moat, not only for defensive purposes but also as a critical component of its hydraulic engineering system, acting as a reservoir to absorb excess rainfall during the monsoon and releasing water slowly during the dry season, thus stabilizing the ground beneath the temple. This sophisticated hydraulic management demonstrates an acute awareness of the local environment and a proactive approach to mitigating the challenges posed by the region's distinct wet and dry seasons. The architectural layout of Angkor Wat itself is a profound expression of Hindu cosmology, meticulously designed to represent Mount Meru, the mythical abode of the gods and the center of the universe. The 5 towering spires of the central sanctuary symbolize the 5 peaks of Meru, while the surrounding galleries and courtyards represent the mountain ranges and oceans that encircle it. The temple's west-facing orientation, unusual for Khmer temples which typically face east, has been a subject of much scholarly debate, with theories ranging from its dedication to Vishnu, a deity often associated with the West, to its function as a funerary temple for King Suryavarman II, allowing him to face the setting sun and the realm of the ancestors. This deliberate architectural choice imbues the temple with a unique symbolic significance, setting it apart from its contemporaries and hinting at a deeper, perhaps more personal, spiritual agenda of its royal patron. The intricate details of the temple's alignment also suggest a sophisticated understanding of astronomy, with certain architectural features aligning with solstices and equinoxes, further connecting the earthly structure to celestial phenomena. For instance, on the vernal equinox, the sun rises directly over the central tower when viewed from the western entrance gate, a breathtaking spectacle that underscores the Khmer builders' mastery of both architecture and astronomical observation. This integration of celestial cycles into the temple's design reinforced the king's divine connection and his role as a cosmic ruler, maintaining harmony between the earthly realm and the heavens. The entire complex, therefore, functions not merely as a place of worship but as a monumental cosmic diagram, a physical manifestation of the Hindu universe rendered in enduring stone. The economic and social structures that supported the construction and maintenance of Angkor Wat and the broader Angkorian complex were highly organized and centralized, reflecting the immense power and resources of the Khmer Empire. The empire's wealth was primarily derived from its advanced agricultural system, particularly its mastery of rice cultivation, which was facilitated by an extensive and sophisticated hydraulic network of canals, reservoirs, barrages, and dikes. These hydraulic engineering feats allowed for multiple rice harvests per year, generating a surplus that supported a large non-agricultural population, including artisans, priests, soldiers, and administrators. The West Barrier, for instance, a massive artificial reservoir measuring approximately 8 by 2.1 kilometers, could store millions of cubic meters of water, ensuring a stable water supply for irrigation and domestic use throughout the dry season. The labor force required for such monumental construction projects was vast, comprising skilled craftsmen, sculptors, masons, and a large contingent of laborers, likely drawn from the general populace through a system of corvée labor or conscription. These workers were organized into specialized guilds, each responsible for a particular aspect of construction, from quarrying and transporting stone to carving reliefs and erecting structures. The sheer scale of these projects suggests a highly efficient administrative system capable of mobilizing and managing tens of thousands of workers over decades, providing them with food, shelter, and tools. The bas-reliefs themselves offer clues to these societal structures, depicting scenes of daily life, agricultural activities, and the various roles played by different segments of society, from farmers to royal guards. The spiritual life of the Khmer people, as evidenced by Angkor Wat, was deeply intertwined with both Hinduism and later Buddhism, reflecting a dynamic religious landscape that evolved over centuries. While Angkor Wat was initially dedicated to Vishnu, a testament to the strong Hindu influence during Suryavarman II's reign, subsequent rulers embraced Mahayana Buddhism, leading to the transformation and adaptation of many existing temples, including Angkor Wat, to incorporate Buddhist iconography and practices. This religious syncretism is a hallmark of Khmer civilization, where elements of different faiths often coexisted and blended, enriching the spiritual tapestry of the empire. The transition was not always abrupt. Often, Buddhist images were added alongside Hindu deities, or existing Hindu carvings were subtly reinterpreted to fit a Buddhist narrative, demonstrating a remarkable flexibility and tolerance in religious expression. The decline of the Angkorian Empire, which began in the 14th and 15th centuries, is attributed to a complex interplay of environmental, political, and economic factors, rather than a single catastrophic event. One prominent theory suggests that the very hydraulic system that sustained the empire's prosperity eventually contributed to its downfall. Over-reliance on the intricate network of canals and reservoirs may have made the empire vulnerable to climate fluctuations, such as prolonged droughts or exceptionally heavy monsoons, which could disrupt the agricultural system and lead to widespread famine. The maintenance of such a vast and complex hydraulic infrastructure also required immense labor and resources, which may have become unsustainable as the empire faced internal strife and external pressures. Political instability, including succession disputes and conflicts with neighboring kingdoms, particularly the rising Siamese kingdom of Ayutthaya, also played a significant role. Repeated invasions and the sacking of Angkor by Siamese forces led to the depletion of resources, the capture of skilled artisans, and the disruption of trade routes, weakening the empire's economic and military strength. The relocation of the capital away from Angkor to Longvek and later Odong, further to the south, marked a definitive shift in the political center of gravity, leaving the magnificent temples of Angkor to be gradually reclaimed by the encroaching jungle. This strategic move was likely driven by a desire for a more defensible location and better access to maritime trade routes, reflecting a changing geopolitical landscape. The shift in religious practices, particularly the widespread adoption of Theravada Buddhism in the later Angkorian period, also had profound implications for the maintenance and patronage of the grand Hindu temples. Theravada Buddhism, with its emphasis on individual enlightenment and monasticism, did not require the same scale of monumental temple building or the elaborate royal cults that characterized the earlier Hindu period. This change in religious priorities meant that the vast resources previously channeled into constructing and maintaining colossal stone temples were redirected, contributing to the gradual neglect of the older structures. While Angkor Wat itself remained a revered Buddhist pilgrimage site, it no longer received the same level of royal patronage and continuous renovation that had defined its earlier centuries. Despite the decline of the empire and the shifting political landscape, Angkor Wat was never entirely abandoned. It continued to serve as an active Buddhist monastery and a place of pilgrimage, albeit on a smaller scale, with monks and devotees maintaining a presence within its sacred precincts. The survival of Angkor Wat, in contrast to many other Angkorian temples that were completely swallowed by the jungle, is largely due to its continuous use and the efforts of its resident monks and local communities who protected and preserved it. The moat, which had been a vital part of its hydraulic system, also served as a natural barrier against the encroaching vegetation, helping to keep the temple relatively clear compared to its more remote counterparts. The rediscovery of Angkor Wat by the Western world in the mid-19th century, often attributed to the French naturalist Henri Mouhot, sparked a renewed international interest in the site and initiated the modern era of conservation and study. Mouhot's vivid descriptions and illustrations of the lost city captivated European audiences, leading to numerous expeditions by archaeologists, explorers, and artists. However, it is important to acknowledge that Angkor Wat was never truly lost to the local Khmer people, who had maintained a continuous connection with the site for centuries, revering it as a sacred place and a symbol of their heritage. The Western rediscovery primarily brought it to the attention of a global audience and initiated systematic archaeological efforts. The subsequent French colonial period saw the establishment of the École Française d'Extrême Orient, EFEO, in 1907, which played a pivotal role in the extensive restoration and preservation efforts at Angkor. For decades, EFEO archaeologists and conservators meticulously cleared vegetation, stabilized crumbling structures, and documented the vast complex, laying the groundwork for modern archaeological understanding of Angkor. Their work involved innovative techniques for stone conservation and structural reinforcement, often employing traditional Khmer building methods alongside contemporary scientific approaches. These early efforts were crucial in preventing further decay and ensuring the long-term survival of Angkor Wat and many other temples within the Angkor Park. The tumultuous political history of Cambodia in the 20th century, particularly the Khmer Rouge regime and the subsequent civil war, severely impacted conservation efforts at Angkor. During these periods of conflict, archaeological work was halted, and the temples faced threats from looting, neglect, and collateral damage. Many priceless artifacts were stolen or destroyed, and the site suffered from a lack of maintenance. However, even amidst the conflict, the symbolic importance of Angkor Wat remained undiminished for the Cambodian people, serving as a powerful emblem of national identity and resilience. Its image even appeared on the Cambodian national flag, a testament to its enduring cultural significance. Following the end of the conflicts in the late 20th century, international cooperation in preserving Angkor Wat intensified, with UNESCO designating the entire Angkor complex as a World Heritage Site in 1992. This designation brought global attention and resources to the monumental task of conservation, leading to the establishment of the International Coordinating Committee for the Safeguarding and Development of the Historic Site of Angkor, ICC Angkor. This committee, comprising experts from various countries, coordinates diverse conservation projects, ranging from structural stabilization and hydrological management to the preservation of bas-reliefs and the training of Cambodian conservators. The challenges are immense, including the effects of climate change, erosion, biological growth, and the increasing pressures of mass tourism. Modern conservation strategies at Angkor Wat employ a multidisciplinary approach, integrating traditional knowledge with cutting-edge scientific techniques. Laser scanning and 3D modeling are used to create precise digital records of the temples, aiding in restoration planning and monitoring structural integrity. Biologists study the impact of vegetation and microorganisms on the stone, developing methods for their removal and prevention without damaging the ancient surfaces. Hydrologists work to restore and manage the ancient water systems, understanding that proper water management is crucial for the long-term stability of the foundations. The aim is not merely to restore the temples to their original appearance but to preserve their authenticity and integrity for future generations, respecting the layers of history and the natural processes that have shaped them. The ongoing research at Angkor continues to unveil new insights into the Khmer Empire, utilizing advanced technologies such as LiDAR, light detection and ranging, to map the ancient urban landscape hidden beneath the dense jungle canopy. LiDAR surveys have revealed the existence of vast, previously unknown urban settlements, extensive road networks, and sophisticated hydraulic infrastructure surrounding the main temple complexes, demonstrating that Angkor was not just a collection of temples but a sprawling megacity that supported a population of up to 1 million people. These discoveries challenge previous assumptions about the scale and complexity of the Khmer civilization, painting a picture of a highly organized and technologically advanced society that rivaled contemporary urban centers in other parts of the world. The intricate details of Khmer daily life, beyond the grandeur of the temples, are slowly being pieced together through archaeological excavations of residential areas, analysis of pottery fragments, tools, and organic remains. These findings shed light on the diet, craftsmanship, trade networks, and social customs of the common people, providing a more holistic understanding of the Angkorian period. For example, evidence of sophisticated ceramic production, metalworking, and textile weaving indicates a thriving artisan class, while the presence of imported goods suggests extensive trade connections across Southeast Asia and beyond. The study of ancient inscriptions, found on steles and temple walls, also provides invaluable linguistic and historical data, detailing royal decrees, religious endowments, and genealogical records that illuminate the political and religious history of the empire. The legacy of Angkor Wat extends far beyond its physical presence, profoundly influencing Cambodian art, architecture, and national identity to this day. Its distinctive architectural style, characterized by the towering prasats, intricate bas-reliefs, and pervasive apsara motifs, continues to inspire contemporary Cambodian artists and architects. The temple serves as a powerful symbol of Cambodian pride, resilience, and cultural heritage, representing a golden age of artistic and intellectual achievement. It is a constant reminder of the ingenuity and spiritual depth of the Khmer people, a source of inspiration and a focal point for national memory. As the sun begins its slow descent, casting long shadows across the western facade of Angkor Wat, the sandstone takes on a warm, golden hue, accentuating the intricate carvings and bringing the ancient narratives to life with a soft, ethereal glow. The air, heavy with the scent of tropical foliage and damp earth, carries the distant calls of jungle birds and the gentle rustle of palm fronds, creating a symphony of natural sounds that have echoed through these sacred grounds for centuries. The monumental scale of the temple, with its 5 lotus bud towers reaching towards the sky, becomes even more pronounced against the vast expanse of the horizon, a testament to the enduring human aspiration to connect with the divine. The subtle shifts in light reveal new depths in the bas-reliefs, making the figures of gods, demons, and warriors appear to stir from their stony slumber, their stories unfolding in silent grandeur across the galleries. The play of light and shadow emphasizes the meticulous craftsmanship of the Khmer artisans, highlighting the delicate folds of garments, the expressive faces, and the dynamic movement captured in solid stone. Each carved detail, from the intricate patterns on an apsara's headdress to the powerful musculature of a celestial lion, speaks of a profound aesthetic sensibility and an unwavering dedication to artistic excellence that permeated every aspect of the temple's creation. The vast moats surrounding the temple reflect the changing colors of the sky, transforming into a mirror that doubles the majestic silhouette of Angkor Wat, creating an illusion of the temple floating serenely above the earth. These waters, which once served as a vital part of the temple's sophisticated hydraulic system and a symbolic cosmic ocean, now offer a tranquil surface that enhances the temple's ethereal beauty, inviting contemplation and a sense of timelessness. The gentle ripples on the water's surface, stirred by a passing breeze, add a subtle movement to the otherwise static reflection, creating a living tableau that shifts and evolves with the fading light. The silence that gradually descends upon Angkor Wat as twilight deepens is not an empty void but a rich tapestry of whispers from the past, carrying the echoes of ancient chants, royal processions, and the daily lives of a vibrant civilization. It is a silence that invites introspection, allowing one to feel the profound weight of history and the enduring spiritual energy that permeates every stone. The temple, bathed in the soft glow of the twilight, stands as a magnificent sentinel, guarding the memories of a powerful empire and the artistic genius of its people, a timeless monument to human endeavor and spiritual devotion. As the last vestiges of daylight fade, the stars begin to emerge in the vast Cambodian sky, twinkling above the ancient spires of Angkor Wat, connecting the earthly temple to the cosmic order it was designed to represent. The temple, now silhouetted against the indigo canvas of the night, becomes an even more potent symbol of Mount Meru, its peaks reaching towards the celestial realms, a bridge between the mortal and the divine. The profound stillness of the night envelops the entire complex, allowing the imagination to wander through its hallowed halls, to envision the ceremonies that once took place within its courtyards, and to feel the enduring presence of a civilization that built its dreams in stone, leaving behind a legacy of unparalleled beauty and spiritual depth for all eternity. The profound stillness of the night envelops the entire complex, allowing the imagination to wander through its hallowed halls, to envision the ceremonies that once took place within its courtyards, and to feel the enduring presence of a civilization that built its dreams in stone, leaving behind a legacy of unparalleled beauty and spiritual depth for all eternity. As the first faint blush of dawn begins to paint the eastern sky, a new perspective emerges, revealing the intricate planning and astronomical alignments that guided the ancient Khmer architects in their monumental undertaking, ensuring that specific events like the equinoxes and solstices would cast dramatic shadows and illuminate particular features of the temple, connecting the earthly structure to the cosmic order. The meticulous orientation of Angkor Wat, facing west rather than the traditional east for Hindu temples, has long fascinated scholars, prompting theories that range from its dedication as a funerary temple for its builder, Suryavarman II, to a complex astronomical marker or a symbolic representation of Vishnu's western domain, each hypothesis adding layers to its enigmatic allure. The entire complex is not merely a collection of buildings but a carefully orchestrated landscape, with moats representing the cosmic ocean and the central towers symbolizing Mount Meru, the mythical home of the Devas, all meticulously integrated into a grand cosmological diagram reflecting Hindu beliefs about the universe. The construction of Angkor Wat, a feat of engineering and artistic prowess, required an estimated 300,000 labors and 6,000 elephants, working tirelessly over approximately 35 years during the 12th century, transforming vast quantities of sandstone quarried from the Kulen Mountains, located some 50 kilometers away, into the magnificent edifice we see today. The transportation of these massive sandstone blocks, some weighing several tons, involved an elaborate system of canals and rafts, utilizing the intricate waterways of the Tunnel Sap Lake and its tributaries, demonstrating a sophisticated understanding of hydraulics and logistics by the ancient Khmer. The sandstone itself, a durable and relatively soft material when first quarried, allowed for the exquisite and detailed carvings that adorn nearly every surface of Angkor Wat, telling stories from Hindu mythology, depicting historical events, and showcasing the daily life of the Khmer Empire, creating a living tapestry of their culture and beliefs. One of the most striking features is the extensive bas-relief gallery that wraps around the outer wall of the third enclosure, stretching for hundreds of meters and depicting epic scenes from the Hindu epics of the Ramayana and the Mahabharata, alongside historical military processions and scenes of judgment in the heavens and hells. The Western Gallery, for instance, famously illustrates the Battle of Kurukshetra from the Mahabharata, a monumental conflict between the Pandavas and the Kauravas, rendered with incredible dynamism and detail, showing chariots, elephants, and warriors locked in fierce combat, each figure imbued with a sense of motion and purpose. Adjacent to this, the Battle of Lanka from the Ramayana unfolds, depicting the heroic exploits of Rama and his monkey army, led by Hanuman, as they confront the demon king Ravana, a narrative that would have been deeply familiar and spiritually resonant to the Khmer people. Moving to the Southern Gallery, the historical procession of Suryavarman II, the temple's founder, is vividly portrayed, showcasing the grandeur of the Khmer army, with its various regiments, including foot soldiers, cavalry, and elephants, all meticulously depicted with their distinctive uniforms, weapons, and standards, offering invaluable insights into the military organization of the empire. This section also includes depictions of the different classes of society, from the king and his generals to the common soldiers and porters, providing a rare glimpse into the social hierarchy and daily life during the Angkorian period. Further along, the Eastern Gallery presents the famous churning of the Ocean of Milk, or Samudra Manthan, a pivotal Hindu myth where Devas and Asuras collaborate to churn the cosmic ocean using Mount Mandara as a churning stick and the serpent Vasuki as a rope, in order to extract the elixir of immortality, an allegorical tale of cosmic creation and the eternal struggle between good and evil. This particular relief is celebrated for its artistic composition, with hundreds of figures arranged in a dynamic, symmetrical tableau, their expressions and postures conveying the immense effort and tension of the mythical event, culminating in the appearance of various precious objects and divine beings from the depths of the ocean. The northern gallery features scenes from the Hindu pantheon, including various manifestations of Vishnu, the deity to whom Angkor Wat is primarily dedicated, alongside depictions of Krishna's triumph over the demon banner and other mythological narratives, reinforcing the temple's spiritual purpose as a sacred dwelling for the gods. Beyond these grand narratives, countless smaller carvings adorn the temple, including thousands of apsaras, celestial nymphs and dancers, each with unique poses, elaborate headdresses, and intricate jewelry, their graceful forms seemingly dancing across the stone surfaces, embodying beauty and divine grace. These apsaras are not merely decorative elements but serve as intermediaries between the human and divine realms, their presence symbolizing the celestial paradise that the temple was intended to evoke, a concept deeply rooted in Khmer cosmology. The delicate floral motifs, intricate patterns, and mythological creatures like Garudas and Nagas that embellish door frames, lintels, and columns further demonstrate the extraordinary skill and artistic sensibility of the Khmer sculptors, who transformed hard stone into fluid, living forms. The construction techniques employed by the ancient Khmer were remarkably advanced for their time, utilizing a dry stacking method for the sandstone blocks, where stones were precisely cut and fitted together without mortar, relying on gravity and the sheer accuracy of the joinery to create incredibly stable and enduring structures. This precision is evident in the seamless appearance of the walls and towers, where joints are often barely visible, a testament to the master craftsmanship of the builders. Later, iron dowels and lead were sometimes used to reinforce critical joints, especially in areas subjected to greater stress, further enhancing the structural integrity of the massive temple. The sheer scale of the undertaking, involving the quarrying, transportation, carving, and erection of millions of sandstone blocks, speaks volumes about the centralized power, organizational capabilities, and unwavering religious devotion of the Khmer Empire under Suryavarman II. The water management system surrounding Angkor Wat is another marvel of ancient engineering, featuring a massive moat, approximately 190 meters wide and 5.5 kilometers in perimeter, which not only served a defensive purpose but also played a crucial role in stabilizing the temple's foundation by regulating groundwater levels and preventing the expansive clay soil from shifting. This sophisticated hydraulic system was part of a much larger network of canals, reservoirs, barrages, and dikes that characterized the entire Angkor region, designed to manage the annual monsoon rains and provide water for irrigation, supporting a vast agricultural population and contributing to the empire's prosperity. The Western Barrari, for example, a colossal man-made lake measuring 8 by 2.1 kilometers, could hold an estimated 50 million cubic meters of water, a monumental feat of hydraulic engineering that sustained the rice paddies and provided a reliable water supply for the city of Angkor Thom. The decline of the Angkorian Empire, which led to the eventual abandonment of Angkor Wat as the primary royal temple, is a complex historical puzzle, attributed to a combination of factors including environmental degradation, prolonged warfare with neighboring kingdoms, particularly the Siamese, and shifts in religious and political ideologies. Intensive deforestation for construction and agriculture, coupled with the silting of the sophisticated irrigation systems, may have led to a collapse of the agricultural base, making it difficult to sustain the large population and the monumental construction projects. The rise of Theravada Buddhism, which gradually supplanted Hinduism as the dominant religion in the region from the 14th century onwards, also contributed to a shift in patronage and focus away from the grand Hindu temples, although Angkor Wat itself was later adapted for Buddhist worship. Despite the empire's decline, Angkor Wat was never entirely abandoned, unlike many other temples in the region, largely due to its continued use as a Buddhist shrine, which ensured its maintenance and protection by monks, preventing it from being completely swallowed by the encroaching jungle. The jungle, however, did reclaim much of the surrounding city of Angkor Thom and other temples, creating the evocative ruins that explorers later discovered, with massive tree roots intertwining with stone walls in a powerful embrace of nature and architecture. The rediscovery of Angkor Wat by the Western world in the mid-19th century, notably by the French naturalist Henri Mouhot, brought it to international attention, sparking widespread fascination and initiating efforts for its preservation and restoration. Mouhot's vivid descriptions of the gigantic constructions and the grandeur of the building captivated European audiences, revealing a lost civilization of immense sophistication and artistic achievement. The subsequent French colonial administration established the École Française d'Extrême-Orient, EFEO, in 1907, which took on the monumental task of clearing the jungle, documenting the ruins, and undertaking extensive restoration work at Angkor, pioneering many of the archaeological and conservation techniques still used today. These early restoration efforts, often involving anastylosis, a technique of reconstructing a ruined monument using the original architectural elements to the greatest extent possible, were crucial in stabilizing many of the structures and preventing further decay. The ongoing conservation challenges at Angkor Wat are substantial, encompassing issues such as structural instability, erosion from monsoon rains, biological growth like moss and lichen, and the impact of increasing tourist numbers, all requiring continuous monitoring and innovative preservation strategies. The intricate drainage system of Angkor Wat, designed to channel rainwater away from the temple's foundations and bas-reliefs, is a testament to the builders' foresight, yet centuries of neglect and environmental factors have sometimes compromised its effectiveness, leading to water damage and erosion. Modern conservationists employ a combination of traditional methods and advanced technology, including laser scanning, photogrammetry, and drone mapping, to meticulously document the temple's condition, plan restoration interventions, and monitor its long-term stability. The delicate balance between preserving the authenticity of the ancient structure and ensuring its accessibility for future generations of visitors remains a central concern for the international teams working at Angkor. The spiritual significance of Angkor Wat continues unabated, serving as a revered Buddhist pilgrimage site and a powerful symbol of Cambodian national identity, deeply embedded in the country's history, culture, and religious practices. Monks still reside within the temple complex, offering blessings and maintaining the sacred traditions that have endured for centuries, their presence a living link to the temple's ancient past. The annual Khmer New Year celebrations often see thousands of Cambodians flocking to Angkor Wat, participating in religious rituals and festivities, reaffirming its central place in their collective consciousness. The surrounding landscape of Angkor, a UNESCO World Heritage Site, is not merely a backdrop but an integral part of the temple's story, featuring numerous other significant temples and structures, each with its own unique history and architectural style, collectively forming one of the most important archaeological sites in Southeast Asia. Angkor Thom, the last great capital of the Khmer Empire, with its iconic Baen temple adorned with enigmatic smiling faces, and Ta Prohm, famously embraced by giant fig and silk cotton trees, offer contrasting yet equally compelling experiences of the Angkorian civilization. The transition from Hinduism to Buddhism is particularly evident in the architectural evolution of the temples, with later structures like the Baen showcasing a shift towards Mahayana Buddhist iconography under King Jayavarman VII, who built Angkor Thom. The intricate iconography found throughout Angkor Wat provides a visual encyclopedia of Hindu mythology, with every deity, animal, and symbolic gesture carrying profound meaning, reflecting the sophisticated theological understanding of the Khmer court. The depiction of Vishnu, the preserver god, in various avatars such as Krishna and Rama, emphasizes his central role in the temple's dedication, aligning the Khmer king with divine power and cosmic order. The presence of Nagas, multi-headed serpents, frequently seen guarding entrances and balustrades, symbolizes protection, fertility, and the cosmic waters, their undulating forms adding a dynamic element to the stone architecture. The architectural style of Angkor Wat, known as the Angkor Wat style, is characterized by its harmonious proportions, symmetrical layout, and the pervasive use of bas-reliefs and freestanding sculptures, setting a benchmark for Khmer temple architecture that influenced subsequent constructions. The 5 lotus bud towers, representing the peaks of Mount Meru, rise majestically from the central sanctuary, their verticality drawing the eye upwards towards the heavens, embodying the spiritual aspirations of the builders. The galleries and courtyards are meticulously arranged in a series of concentric enclosures, creating a processional path that guides pilgrims towards the sacred heart of the temple, a journey from the earthly to the divine. The ingenious use of light and shadow within Angkor Wat is another remarkable aspect of its design, with openings and corridors strategically placed to create dramatic effects at different times of the day, highlighting specific carvings or illuminating the inner sanctuaries. As the sun traverses the sky, the interplay of light and shadow transforms the temple's appearance, revealing new details and imbuing the stone with a dynamic, almost living quality, a testament to the architect's mastery of spatial perception. The precise alignment of the temple with astronomical events, such as the vernal equinox when the sun rises directly over the central tower, further underscores the Khmer's profound knowledge of astronomy and their desire to integrate the earthly temple with the celestial sphere. The legacy of Angkor Wat extends far beyond its physical presence, influencing Cambodian art, literature, and national identity, serving as a constant source of inspiration and pride for the Khmer people. Its image is emblazoned on the Cambodian flag, a powerful emblem of the nation's rich heritage and enduring spirit, symbolizing resilience and cultural continuity. The stories etched into its walls continue to educate and inspire, offering timeless lessons on heroism, devotion, and the cyclical nature of existence, resonating deeply with visitors from around the world. The intricate carvings of daily life, often found in the smaller, less prominent sections of the temple, provide invaluable ethnographic information, depicting scenes of cooking, hunting, fishing, and various domestic activities, offering a window into the everyday lives of the ancient Khmer people. These seemingly mundane details, rendered with the same meticulous care as the grand mythological narratives, humanize the monumental structure and connect the visitor to the people who built and lived around this sacred site. The elaborate hairstyles, clothing, and ornaments worn by the figures in the reliefs also offer insights into the fashion and aesthetic sensibilities of the Angkorian period, showcasing a sophisticated culture with a keen eye for beauty. The materials used in Angkor Wat's construction were not limited to sandstone. Laterite, a reddish, iron-rich soil that hardens when exposed to air, was extensively used for the foundations and hidden interior structures, providing a robust and stable base for the more finely carved sandstone. This strategic combination of materials, leveraging the strengths of each, highlights the practical ingenuity of the Khmer builders in adapting to the available resources and environmental conditions. The use of brick, particularly for earlier temples in the Angkor region, also demonstrates an evolution in construction techniques and material preferences over the centuries, with sandstone becoming the dominant medium during the peak of the empire's power. The acoustic properties within certain chambers of Angkor Wat are also noteworthy, with some areas exhibiting remarkable resonance, suggesting that sound may have played an important role in religious ceremonies or musical performances within the temple. The precise dimensions and curvature of the stone walls and ceilings could have been intentionally designed to enhance specific sounds, creating an immersive sensory experience for worshippers and adding another layer to the temple's spiritual atmosphere. The very air within the hallowed confines of Angkor Wat seems to whisper tales of a bygone era, of chanting monks, royal processions, and the rhythmic sounds of daily life that once filled its courtyards. The restoration of Angkor Wat is an ongoing, collaborative effort involving international teams of archaeologists, conservators, and engineers from various countries, each contributing their expertise to address the complex challenges of preserving this magnificent site for future generations. These efforts include not only structural stabilization and repair but also the meticulous cleaning of stone surfaces, the conservation of delicate bas-reliefs, and the management of vegetation that constantly threatens to reclaim the ancient stones. The sheer scale of the conservation work required at Angkor Wat underscores its immense value as a global heritage site, a testament to human ingenuity and spiritual aspiration. The intricate network of causeways and bridges leading to the main temple structure were not merely functional pathways but also symbolic representations, guiding the devotee on a spiritual journey from the mundane world across the cosmic ocean to the sacred mountain. The main causeway, stretching several hundred meters across the moat, is flanked by balustrades carved in the form of multi-headed noggers, their bodies forming a protective railing, further emphasizing the sacred nature of the approach. This deliberate design created a sense of anticipation and reverence, preparing the worshipper for the profound experience awaiting them within the temple's enclosures. The astronomical significance of Angkor Wat extends beyond its equinoctial alignment, with some scholars suggesting that the placement of specific towers and features might correspond to constellations or planetary positions, weaving a complex celestial map into the earthly architecture. While these theories are still debated, they underscore the deep connection the ancient Khmer felt between the terrestrial and the cosmic, believing that their earthly kingdom was a reflection of the divine order. The very layout of the temple, with its concentric squares and cruciform galleries, can be interpreted as a mandala, a sacred geometric design representing the cosmos and aiding in meditation and spiritual contemplation. The vibrant colors that once adorned Angkor Wat, though long faded by time and the elements, would have presented an even more spectacular sight, with traces of paint and gilding discovered on some of the carvings and architectural elements. Imagine the bas-reliefs, not as monochrome stone, but as a riot of color, bringing the mythological narratives to life with vivid hues, enhancing their dramatic impact and spiritual resonance for the ancient Khmer. The intricate details of clothing, jewelry, and divine attributes would have been further emphasized by these vibrant pigments, making the temple a truly dazzling spectacle. The influence of Indian culture, particularly Hinduism and later Buddhism, is undeniably profound in the art and architecture of Angkor Wat, yet the Khmer developed a distinct artistic style that integrated these foreign influences with their own indigenous traditions and aesthetic sensibilities. This synthesis resulted in a unique Khmer identity, evident in the graceful forms of the apsaras, the powerful depictions of mythical creatures, and the overall grandeur of the temple's design, making it a truly original masterpiece. The Khmer genius lay not in mere imitation but in the creative adaptation and transformation of foreign ideas into something uniquely their own, reflecting their cultural prowess and spiritual depth. The meticulous craftsmanship evident in every corner of Angkor Wat, from the monumental bas-reliefs to the smallest decorative motifs, speaks volumes about the dedication and skill of the artisans who labored on its construction, often working under challenging conditions. The precision with which the sandstone blocks were cut and fitted, the fluidity of the carved figures, and the intricate detail of the ornamentation all point to a highly organized and specialized workforce, guided by master craftsmen and a clear architectural vision. The enduring beauty of Angkor Wat is a direct result of this unparalleled commitment to excellence, a testament to the human spirit's capacity for creation. The very name Angkor Wat itself, meaning city temple, encapsulates its dual identity as both a sacred religious center and a vital component of the royal capital, serving as the spiritual heart of the Khmer Empire. Its construction was not merely an act of piety but also a powerful political statement, demonstrating the king's divine right to rule and his ability to command vast resources and labor, solidifying his legitimacy and prestige. The temple was a microcosm of the empire, reflecting its power, wealth, and profound spiritual beliefs, a monumental legacy etched in stone for all time. The stories of the temple's abandonment and subsequent re-emergence from the jungle's embrace are a poignant reminder of the cyclical nature of history, of empires rising and falling, and of the enduring power of human creation to withstand the ravages of time. The sight of massive tree roots intertwining with ancient stone, particularly at nearby temples like Ta Prohm, creates a powerful visual metaphor for the relentless forces of nature and the delicate balance between preservation and decay that characterizes the Angkorian ruins. Angkor Wat, however, largely escaped this fate due to its continuous occupation by Buddhist monks, who maintained its core structures and prevented the jungle from completely overwhelming it. The unique architectural feature of the library buildings within the temple complex, though their exact function remains a subject of scholarly debate, suggests the importance of knowledge, scripture, and perhaps the storage of sacred texts or royal archives within the temple precinct. These elongated structures, often located in the courtyards, contribute to the overall symmetry and balance of the design, hinting at a broader intellectual and administrative function beyond purely religious rituals. Their presence underscores the sophisticated cultural and scholarly environment that flourished within the Khmer court, where knowledge and learning were highly valued. The journey through Angkor Wat is a journey through time, a profound experience that connects the visitor to a civilization that, though long past, continues to speak through its magnificent stone creations, inviting contemplation and inspiring awe. Each carved stone, each towering pinnacle, each silent corridor holds a piece of history, a whisper of ancient prayers, and a testament to the enduring human quest for meaning and connection to the divine. The sheer scale and intricate detail of Angkor Wat leave an indelible impression, a lasting memory of a civilization that built its dreams in stone, leaving behind a legacy of unparalleled beauty and spiritual depth for all eternity. Beyond the monumental grandeur of Angkor Wat itself, the sprawling Angkor complex encompasses a vast network of temples, reservoirs, and hydraulic structures that testify to the sophisticated engineering and urban planning of the Khmer Empire, a civilization that flourished for over 6 centuries in Southeast Asia. This remarkable civilization, centered in what is now Cambodia, developed an intricate system of water management, constructing massive barrages or artificial reservoirs, such as the West Barri and the East Barri, which were not merely decorative features but served vital agricultural and religious purposes, providing irrigation for rice paddies and symbolizing the cosmic ocean. The city of Angkor Thom, meaning Great City, represents a later and equally impressive phase of Khmer architectural prowess, built by King Jayavarman VII in the late 12th century as his new capital, following the devastating Cham invasion of 1177. Angkor Thom is enclosed by an imposing 8-meter-high wall, stretching 12 kilometers in circumference, and is further protected by a wide moat, creating a formidable defensive perimeter that reflects the turbulent political landscape of the era. Access to this royal city is gained through 5 monumental gates, each adorned with 4 colossal smiling faces, often identified as Avalokiteshvara, the Bodhisattva of compassion, or perhaps a deified portrait of Jayavarman VII himself, gazing serenely in the cardinal directions. The most famous of these gates, the South Gate, leads directly to the heart of Angkor Thom, where the Baen Temple stands as a central, enigmatic masterpiece, its multitude of towering stone faces creating an almost surreal and deeply spiritual atmosphere. The Baen Temple, unlike the earlier Angkor Wat which was dedicated to Vishnu, is a Mahayana Buddhist temple, reflecting Jayavarman VII's personal faith and his vision for a unified Buddhist state, though it also incorporates elements of Hindu cosmology and iconography. Its most striking feature is the forest of more than 200 colossal smiling faces carved into its 54 towers, each tower representing a province or vassal state under the Khmer Empire, creating a symbolic map of Jayavarman VII's dominion. These faces, with their gentle smiles and downcast eyes, are thought to represent Lokeshvara, a form of Avalokiteshvara, embodying compassion and watchful benevolence over the kingdom, or perhaps a syncretic blend of the Bodhisattva and the king himself, a concept known as the Devaraja or God King. The architectural layout of the Baen is complex and somewhat chaotic, a stark contrast to the ordered symmetry of Angkor Wat, featuring 3 concentric enclosures and a series of galleries adorned with extensive bas-reliefs that narrate not only mythological tales but also vivid scenes of daily life, historical battles, and naval engagements, offering invaluable insights into Khmer society and warfare. These bas-reliefs depict the Khmer army marching into battle, complete with elephants, chariots, and foot soldiers, alongside scenes of fishing, market activities, cockfighting, and even childbirth, providing a rich tapestry of 12th century Cambodian life. The outer gallery reliefs, in particular, are celebrated for their historical detail, illustrating the Khmer victory over the Khams in the Great Lake, Tunnel Sap, and the subsequent rebuilding of the empire under Jayavarman VII. Within Angkor Thom, other significant structures contribute to its grandeur and historical importance, including the Baphuon, an earlier 11th century Hindu temple mountain dedicated to Shiva, which was painstakingly restored through an ambitious and lengthy archaeological project that reassembled thousands of stone blocks like a giant three-dimensional jigsaw puzzle. The Baphuon, with its 3 tiers and a long elevated causeway, was once considered one of the most beautiful temples at Angkor, its intricate carvings depicting scenes from the Ramayana and Mahabharata, though much of its upper structure had collapsed over centuries. To the north of the Bairn lies the Terrace of the Elephants, a 350-meter-long viewing platform adorned with intricate carvings of elephants, garudas, and dancers, which served as a grandstand for public ceremonies, royal parades, and sporting events. Adjacent to the Terrace of the Elephants is the Terrace of the Leper King, named for a statue found there, though the true identity of the Leper King remains a subject of scholarly debate, with theories ranging from Yasovarman I to Jayavarman VII, or even a mythical figure representing Yama, the god of death. This terrace features a double wall with exquisitely carved bas-reliefs depicting rows of seated deities, Nagas, and mythical creatures, creating a hidden gallery that was only discovered in the 1930s, revealing another layer of artistic and religious expression within the royal complex. These terraces form part of the royal palace enclosure, though the palace itself, being constructed primarily of wood, has long since vanished, leaving only its stone foundations and surrounding ceremonial structures. The Pre-Khan Temple, meaning sacred sword, is another monumental Buddhist temple built by Jayavarman VII, serving as a monastery and a university, and dedicated to his father, Dharanendravarman II, who is depicted as Lokeshvara. This sprawling complex, surrounded by a moat and 4 concentric walls, is characterized by its labyrinthine corridors, numerous shrines, and a unique 2-story building with round columns, possibly a granary or a library, an architectural anomaly within the Angkorian style. Pre-Khan is also notable for the intertwining roots of giant trees that embrace some of its structures, a powerful visual reminder of the jungle's reclamation of these ancient sites, though careful conservation efforts are continuously undertaken to prevent further damage while preserving this natural integration. Ta Prohm, famously known as the Tomb Raider Temple due to its appearance in a popular film, is perhaps the most evocative example of nature's embrace of ancient stone, where colossal silk cotton and strangler fig trees have grown through and around the temple's walls, their roots forming a natural, living architecture. This Buddhist monastery and university, also built by Jayavarman VII and dedicated to his mother, Jayarajakudamani, who is depicted as Prajnaparamita, the perfection of wisdom, was originally known as Rajavihara, or Royal Monastery. Unlike many other temples that have been extensively cleared, Ta Prohm has been deliberately left in a semi-ruined state, allowing visitors to experience the awe-inspiring power of the jungle reclaiming human endeavor, a deliberate decision by archaeologists to showcase the original discovery condition of many Angkorian temples. The bas-reliefs at Ta Prohm, though less extensive than those at Angkor Wat or the Bairn, depict various deities, apsaras, and scenes from Buddhist mythology, and the temple once housed an astonishing array of jewels, gold, and silks, as detailed in its extensive foundation stele, which also records the vast resources and personnel dedicated to its maintenance. This stele provides invaluable information about the economic and social organization of the Khmer Empire, listing thousands of villages, tons of rice, and hundreds of dancers and priests associated with the temple's upkeep, highlighting the immense wealth and labor invested in these religious complexes. The deliberate preservation of Ta Prom's natural state offers a poignant contrast to the meticulously restored temples, providing a powerful visual narrative of the passage of time and the relentless forces of nature. Further afield, but still within the Angkor Archaeological Park, lies Banti Sri, a jewel-like temple located about 25 kilometers northeast of the main Angkor complex, renowned for its exquisite and remarkably well-preserved pink sandstone carvings. This 10th-century Hindu temple, dedicated to Shiva, was built by Yajnavarāja, a Brahmin minister and guru to King Rajendravarman II and Jayavarman V, and is unique for its relatively small scale and the exceptional quality of its intricate decorative work, which has earned it the moniker Citadel of Women or Citadel of Beauty. The carvings at Banti Sri are among the finest examples of classical Khmer art, featuring delicate floral motifs, mythical creatures, and narrative scenes from Hindu epics like the Ramayana and Mahabharata, executed with an almost jewel-like precision. The pediments and lintels of Banti Sri are particularly celebrated, depicting vivid scenes such as Ravana shaking Mount Kailash, Vishnu striding across the universe, and the burning of Karma by Shiva, all rendered with an astonishing level of detail and artistic flair. The use of hard pink sandstone allowed for such fine carving, and its relatively remote location may have contributed to its preservation from later destruction or modification, though it was only rediscovered by French archaeologists in the early 20th century. The temple's compact layout, consisting of 3 central towers, libraries, and gopuras, surrounded by a moat, creates a harmonious and intimate sacred space that stands in elegant contrast to the colossal scale of Angkor Wat or the Bairn. The history of the Khmer Empire itself is a fascinating narrative of powerful kings, religious transformations, and sophisticated societal structures, beginning with the foundational myths of Funan and Chenla, and culminating in the magnificent Angkorian period. The concept of the Devaraja war god-king, where the monarch was considered a living manifestation of a Hindu deity, played a central role in Khmer political and religious ideology, justifying the king's absolute authority and inspiring the construction of monumental temple mountains as earthly abodes for the gods and symbolic representations of Mount Meru, the cosmic center of the universe. Early kings like Jayavarman II, considered the founder of the Angkorian era, established the cult of the Devaraja in the early 9th century, laying the groundwork for the architectural traditions that would follow. The succession of kings, including Yasovarman I, who founded the first city at Angkor, Yasodharapura, and built the East Barri, and Suryavarman II, the builder of Angkor Wat, each contributed to the empire's artistic and architectural legacy, reflecting shifts in religious patronage between Shaivism, worship of Shiva, Vaishnavism, worship of Vishnu, and later, Mahayana Buddhism. The Khmer Empire's prosperity was largely based on its advanced agricultural system, particularly wet rice cultivation, which was supported by the elaborate hydraulic engineering network of canals, dikes, and barrages, allowing for multiple harvests per year and sustaining a large population. This sophisticated water management system was crucial not only for agriculture but also for urban sanitation and symbolic purposes, connecting the earthly realm with the cosmic waters. The decline of the Khmer Empire, beginning in the 14th and 15th centuries, is attributed to a combination of factors, including prolonged droughts and floods due to climate change impacting the hydraulic system, increasing pressure from neighboring kingdoms like Ayutthaya, Siam, internal conflicts, and possibly the shift from state-sponsored Hinduism and Mahayana Buddhism to Theravada Buddhism, which emphasized individual merit-making over grand royal temple building. The abandonment of Angkor as the capital in the mid-15th century, possibly due to repeated Siamese invasions and the need for a more defensible location closer to maritime trade routes, marked the end of the classical Angkorian period, though the temples continued to be revered and visited by Buddhist monks and pilgrims. The jungle slowly encroached upon the temples, covering them in a verdant embrace, and while the local population never entirely forgot their existence, the wider world remained largely unaware of their scale until their rediscovery by French naturalists and explorers in the mid-19th century, most notably Henri Mouhot in 1860. Mouhot's detailed accounts and drawings brought Angkor to international attention, sparking a wave of archaeological interest and colonial ambition, leading to the establishment of the École Française d'Extrême-Orient, EFEO, in 1907, which undertook the monumental task of clearing, documenting, and restoring the temples. The work of EFEO archaeologists, including pioneers like Georges Coedes and Bernard Philippe Groslier, involved painstaking excavation, anastylosis, reconstruction using original elements, and the development of conservation techniques adapted to the tropical environment. The restoration efforts at Angkor have faced numerous challenges, including the sheer scale of the sites, the delicate nature of the sandstone, the destructive power of the jungle, and periods of political instability in Cambodia, particularly during the Khmer Rouge regime. Despite these obstacles, international cooperation, including contributions from UNESCO, Japan, France, and other nations, has led to significant progress in preserving these invaluable cultural heritage sites. The inscription of Angkor Wat and the entire Angkor Archaeological Park as a UNESCO World Heritage Site in 1992 underscored its global significance and provided a framework for ongoing conservation and sustainable tourism development. The intricate carvings found throughout the Angkor complex are not merely decorative but serve as a visual encyclopedia of Khmer cosmology, mythology, and daily life. The apsaras, celestial nymphs often depicted in graceful dance poses, adorn many temple walls, symbolizing beauty, fertility, and divine blessing. The devatas, female divinities, also frequently appear, often standing in niches, their elaborate headdresses and jewelry offering insights into ancient Khmer fashion and aesthetics. Mythological creatures such as Garudas, mythical birds, mounts of Vishnu, Nagas, multi-headed serpents, protectors of water and sacred sites, and Makaras, sea creatures with elephantine snouts, are ubiquitous, forming architectural elements like balustrades, lintels, and guardians of temple entrances. The narrative bas-reliefs, particularly those at Angkor Wat and the Baen, are among the most extensive and detailed in the ancient world, providing a continuous visual storytelling tradition. At Angkor Wat, the outer gallery reliefs depict epic Hindu narratives such as the churning of the ocean of milk, a foundational myth illustrating the creation of the universe and the struggle between gods and demons to obtain the elixir of immortality, which is rendered with extraordinary dynamism and complexity. Other panels illustrate the Battle of Kurukshetra from the Mahabharata, the army of Suryavarman II, and scenes from the Ramayana, including the Battle of Lanka, all executed with a mastery of composition and emotional expression. The construction techniques employed by the Khmer builders were remarkably advanced for their time, utilizing dry masonry for many structures, where precisely cut and fitted sandstone blocks were laid without mortar, relying on gravity and interlocking joints for stability. Later, iron dowels and lead were sometimes used to reinforce joints, particularly in areas subjected to stress. The quarrying of sandstone from distant mountains, such as Phnom Kulen, and its transportation to the construction sites, often by river and canal, represented a monumental logistical undertaking involving thousands of labours and elephants. The precision with which these massive blocks were carved and assembled, often without the aid of iron tools for the finer details, remains a marvel of ancient engineering and craftsmanship. The planning of the Angkorian temples was deeply rooted in astronomical and cosmological principles, aligning structures with solstices, equinoxes, and celestial bodies, reflecting the Khmer belief in a harmonious relationship between the earthly realm and the cosmos. The orientation of Angkor Wat, for instance, slightly south of due west, has been the subject of much scholarly debate, with theories ranging from its dedication to Vishnu, who is associated with the West, to astronomical alignments with specific constellations or lunar cycles, or even a funerary purpose for Suryavarman II, as westward-facing temples are often associated with death. The precision of these alignments underscores the profound spiritual and scientific knowledge possessed by the Khmer architects and priests. The hydraulic system, often referred to as the water city, was not merely functional but also held profound symbolic significance, with the barriers representing the cosmic ocean surrounding Mount Meru, and the canals symbolizing sacred rivers. This intricate network allowed the Khmer Empire to control and harness the monsoon rains, storing vast quantities of water during the wet season for use during the dry months, thereby ensuring agricultural productivity and supporting a dense urban population. The scale of these hydraulic works, some of which are still visible today, demonstrates an unparalleled understanding of hydrology and resource management in ancient times. The musical and performing arts also played a significant role in Khmer court and religious life, as evidenced by the numerous depictions of musicians and dancers in the temple bas-reliefs. Apsaras, often shown in dynamic dance poses, are believed to represent the celestial dancers who performed for the gods, and their earthly counterparts, the royal dancers, were highly esteemed figures in the Khmer court, performing during religious ceremonies and royal events. The instruments depicted in the reliefs, such as drums, gongs, and stringed instruments, offer clues to the ancient Khmer musical traditions, which continue to influence Cambodian classical dance and music today. The daily life of the common people in the Khmer Empire, while not as extensively documented as the lives of kings and deities, can be glimpsed through the detailed bas-reliefs at the Ben and other temples. These carvings show scenes of fishing in the Tunnel Sap, market activities with vendors selling goods, domestic scenes within houses, and various forms of entertainment and labor, providing a rare window into the social fabric of the time. The contrast between the grand scale of the temples and the intimate details of daily life depicted on their walls offers a comprehensive picture of a vibrant and complex society. The legacy of Angkor extends far beyond its physical structures, profoundly influencing Cambodian national identity, art, and culture. The silhouette of Angkor Wat adorns the Cambodian national flag, symbolizing the nation's rich heritage and enduring spirit. The classical Khmer dance tradition, with its graceful movements and intricate costumes, traces its roots back to the temple dances depicted in the reliefs, preserving an ancient art form that embodies the elegance and spirituality of the Angkorian era. The study and preservation of Angkor continue to be a source of national pride and a testament to the resilience of Cambodian culture. The spiritual depth of Angkor Wat, with its 5 lotus bud towers reaching towards the heavens, its galleries filled with divine narratives, and its precise cosmological alignments, continues to inspire a sense of wonder and reverence in all who encounter it. Each stone, meticulously carved and placed, tells a story of devotion, power, and artistic genius, inviting contemplation on the cyclical nature of existence and the enduring human quest for meaning. The sheer scale of human effort and spiritual conviction embodied in these ancient structures, rising from the jungle, speaks volumes about a civilization that sought to build its dreams in stone, leaving behind a legacy of unparalleled beauty and profound spiritual resonance for all eternity. The intricate bas-reliefs adorning the galleries of Angkor Wat, stretching for hundreds of meters, vividly depict not only Hindu mythological narratives such as the churning of the ocean of milk, a cosmic struggle between gods and demons to obtain the elixir of immortality, but also historical events, including military processions of the Khmer army, offering invaluable insights into the daily life, weaponry, and social hierarchy of the ancient Khmer Empire. These detailed carvings, meticulously rendered in sandstone, served as both religious instruction and historical record, transforming the temple walls into a grand epic chronicling the divine and earthly realms. Beyond the central temple, the expansive Angkor Archaeological Park encompasses numerous other significant structures, each with its own unique architectural style and historical importance, like the Ben Temple at Angkor Thom, famous for its enigmatic smiling faces of Avalokiteshvara, a bodhisattva of compassion, gazing serenely in all directions. The construction techniques employed by the Khmer builders, utilizing dry masonry without mortar, allowed for immense structural integrity, enabling these monumental edifices to withstand centuries of tropical weather and seismic activity, a testament to their advanced engineering prowess.